Hey guys. All right. Welcome back. Welcome back to another late show with your host, Young Brando. We're here in New York, not in Los Angeles, for a change, for a few weeks. We're going to continue presenting on the Mark Cho collection, which is currently on sale for another day and a half online at Phillips watches, Phillips Bax and Rousseau. Here's the link to the armories and Mark Cho's own listings of the collection, which have very special photographs. Um, and I have already presented about, half of them. Maybe we went maybe a third of the way so far. So hopefully today we'll go all the way through and have a good presentation of the auction and all the different watches in the auction. It's really a beautiful collection, and I appreciate the fact that Mark Cho is moving on from it, that he can make the decision to take on another business venture, to pursue another opportunity, to let go of some of these beautiful watches. Very good. So without further ado, let's go through. This is where I had left things. This is an early example of a Daniel Roth chronograph. Right around the time, of course, that he leaves Breguet, which he revived under patronage of the famous Chomet brothers, or infamous, one might say. And of course, in collaboration with Michel Parmigiani as well. And in the late 80s, Daniel Roth started working on his own, started going his own way in Le Sentier, and produced some amazing watches up until late 90s, after which he experienced some financial troubles and his company was acquired by the Hourglass in 2000. In the wake of the Asian crisis, Bulgari stepped in and took over the brand name. So currently, Daniel Roth, as a brand name, is under the control of LVMH. And recently, we had heard from Jean Arnaud that it is more or less being revived as the prestige high horological venture within Louis Vuitton's watch manufacturer. Right, I think what was they had a fancy name for it. I think just Fabrique du Temps or something for their manufacturer, which is very cute, very adorable. They're trying. I'm not gonna. I shouldn't be hating on them for trying, right? Because they did actually, in the course of a decade, 8 to 10 years, manage to make quite a respectable horological brand out of Bulgari, which of course was always known and was always very prestigious as a jewelry house. So why not from Louis Vuitton, right? Which has been producing watches, which has been producing watches also, at least in part, from their own manufacturer for 2 decades now. Why not? Perhaps it's time for them to take up that baton, to take up the mantle of high horology within the LVMH umbrella. Well, now all that being said, this is a great example of an early Daniel Roth chronograph that is, of course, built on the Lemonia CH27 base. It has a beautiful dark gray charcoal dial with cream Roman numerals as well as Arabic numerals on the chronograph registers. Of course, the entire dial is basically designed as if it were made by Abraham Louis Breguet if he time traveled into the late 20th century. So you have a beautiful goudron guilloche decoration throughout that traces the surface of the watch face vertically. And you also have, in the great tradition of Breguet, this time at the lower half of the case, right at 6 o'clock, the number of the caliber spelled out on the dial as well, with the brand name Daniel Roth contrasting with it at 12. It's really a beautiful piece. It's in platinum, really gorgeous, from the 90s. The reference number is 2147 PT, built on the Lemonia caliber CH27, which gave us anything between the famous caliber 321 Omega Moonwatch, the so-called Ed White, to generations of Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronographs, including the 5970, to, of course, Patek Philippe again, hand-wound chronographs, including 1463 as well as 5070, and so many other watches, as you see, from Vacheron Constantin, from Daniel Roth, from Roger Dubuis, so many other names. And in fact, if you're a fan of Vacheron Constantin today, and if you are somehow pining for a Cont de Vache 1955 chronograph, which is part of their Historique series, perhaps you should know that even though it is presented as an in-house caliber, the caliber 1142, which beats at the heart of this beautiful piece of Cont de Vache, is actually based on the architecture of the Lemonia CH27. Of course, it is finished according to Geneva Seal standards, which is not the case with every single iteration of the Lemonia CH27, of course. Of course, it has all kinds of little tricks and goodies and even Easter eggs in it. For example, the Maltese cross that sits on top of the column wheel. But yes, so the current cont de vache, which is powered by caliber 1141, is actually built on the same architecture as Lemonia CH27, right? People love calling out the so-called micro brands when they derive a technology, a design, an architecture from someone else. It's time that we don't necessarily call out, but present truthfully, authentically, and in a detailed manner where things come from historically, symbolically, and technically when it comes to high horological brands as well. So that is certainly the case with the Corne de Vache 1955, which has caliber 1142, and anyone who is visually familiar with the Lemania CH27 by now can recognize the layout, the architecture of that iconic chronographic caliber right here. And you see, of course, at the column wheel there, you have right in the middle the Maltese cross. And I was in the boutique, by the way, today in New York City, near Madison Ave, and it's amazing, really. It's a great boutique. I think it's the biggest in the world. Certainly, what they recognize as their flagship on this continent, and they had a whole exhibition called the Anatomy of Beauty, where they were showing off all these gem set pieces. They had a handful of historical watches, including a pocket watch from the late 19th century, um, commemorative piece for the Apollo 14, which you might just call Vacheron Constantin's own moon watch, as well as, of course, some of their contemporary pieces, which they get actually in quite a large number, since, again, the New York boutique is their flagship. So this beautiful Daniel Roth is being sold currently in Mark Cho's collaboration with Phillips. And I had read the beautiful description last time, so I'm just going to skip over to the next watch, which is Frank Müller. But before that, I want to recognize people in the audience. Junior Johnson, so nice to see you, man. Thomas Burnett, Mr. Burdett, the man behind the brand, so nice to see you. Orange Hands, lovely to see all three of you. Welcome to the channel. So this next watch is also, again, very timely in a way, because this is actually the chronograph that Wei Con of the Revolution magazine and the Rake has just reiterated to celebrate the 30th anniversary of Frank Müller as a manufacturer, and also to collaborate with that brand in a limited edition. Of course, this is the original version, which is designed in an important sense after the so-called tasti tondi, right? The round pushers, as they say in Italian, the Patek 1463 hand-wound chronograph. You can say this is still actually a modernized, everyday wearing, harder wearing 90s version or 90s revival of the original piece. It is 36 millimeters. It is in stainless steel, but aesthetically, for the most part, it preserves what really distinguished and made iconic Patek's um, first waterproof chronograph, of which the case was made with the screw down back by the famous maker François Borgel. You see the two Breguet numerals at 12 and 6 o'clock are more proportionate and smaller in size compared to the reissue, which we can bring up soon. This was apparently a limited series, a special edition that Frank Müller produced in the 90s for an Italian retailer. And that is marked on the case back with a number as well as special edition. The modern version, again, the current edition that was just sold out by the Revolution magazine, has an exhibition case back and comes with also a screw-down case back too, if you want to preserve the neo-vintage and anti-magnetic properties and aesthetics of the watch. Really beautiful piece from the leaf hands and the chronograph fixtures, all of which are heat blued to the beautiful drops at the index markers in the way they combine with the Breguet numerals to, of course, the chronometer certification. This is a top quality watch that has that I think splits the difference between contemporary utility and classical beauty rather well. And I can pretty much say the same thing about the two editions that were recently produced by the Revolution magazine, which enlarged the case size a little bit to 39 millimeters. So let's see what Mark Cho says about this watch. I find this watch serious and thoughtful. It is Frank Müller's attempt to bring classic 30s to 60s era chronographs into the 90s, and it is very well done. I especially love the domed hour markers, the Breguet 12 and 6, and the flat bezel surrounding the dial. In the hand, it feels incredibly refined and high quality. As you know, it has basically a non-column wheel, more workhorse, more easily producible version of the Lemania Classic. This is an 1874, so a cam switching Lemania inside, which actually was used in the recent Revolution magazine reissue as well, since they were they managed to find an entire tray of apparently new old stock Lemania movements from the period, from the 90s. Great watch, great work on reissuing these or reiterating, reviving these classics for our time by Revolution as well. This was the Frank Müller Special Limited Edition chronograph, which basically serves as a 90s revival of Patek's 1463, aka Tasti Tondi. Next up is actually one of the most beautiful pieces in the entire auction. I don't want to get carried away too much because I catch a lot of flack of fanboying too hard for Erlang und Söhne on this channel. So I'll try to temper my reactions to this one, but this is model of Lange 1, Lange 1, called Soirée, and it has very important aspects that distinguish it from any other Lange 1. Of course, a white gold Lange 1 is already at the height of distinction for many as a dress watch, but this one basically puts a few more cherries on top of that already delicious piece of bakery. Um, yes, Orange Hand, that's correct. That's correct. The earlier Frank Müller had the same base caliber as the Omega 861, which is in a way the same kind of transition from Omega 321 to 861. Beautiful observation. So let's talk a little bit more about this Lange 1. First of all, this is actually presented on a matching white gold bracelet, which is built in the vintage style of a straight end link, 7-row beads of rice bracelet. It is apparently made by the German jeweler Wellendorf, and really gives the watch this strong 1940s vibe, if you ask me. As you can immediately tell from the architecture of the movement, which you can glimpse through the sapphire crystal case back. You have the older version of the caliber, which was still built on Gégé Lecoutre gear trains. You can immediately tell it from these separate islands. The beautiful swan neck regulator and freehand engraved balance cock. And finally, what makes this Lange 1 so special is also the mother of pearl dial, which is, I think, already quite exquisite and unique, but it is a mother of pearl dial that is furthermore guilloche decorated. So it is basically, it has these three different sizes, three different dimensions, three different proportions of rosette decorated by an engine. You can see the smaller size on the small seconds dial, a little larger on the hours and minutes, and then finally the largest emanating from an imaginary center of the entire dial for all the rest of it. And of course, another way that is an immediate tell for the first iteration of that caliber is this script right here at around 7 o'clock, Doppelfederhaus, which refers to the dual spring barrels that basically supply the power reserve to the movement, and that were the secret to the early achievement of the 72-hour power reserve. Now, of course, Lange 1s achieve the same thing without the dual spring barrel, which is an added feat of the new generation movement, including the including also the immediate jump for the date change at midnight rather than the gradual change that operates these earlier iterations. Let's see what Mark Cho writes about the Lange 1 Soirée. I'm a huge admirer of Lange's guilloché work, and I find this Lange 1 to be its ultimate form, having the complex engraved pattern set crisply into the iridescent mother of pearl dial. Just as impressive is the white gold bracelet made by the legendary German jeweler Wellendorf. A very beautiful watch indeed, and it is listed in the Phillips auction as lot 8004. In the meantime, guys, I'm sending the link again. Feel free to point out any watches that you want me to talk about. Feel free to direct my attention with a super chat to any of the lots listed there, and I will attend to it immediately and talk extensively about the watch that is presented here. We are following up with yet another Lange. Again, you have a very unique case shape that straddles basically a rectangle and ellipse. I really like actually both the arcade and why am I blanking out? Lange's other rectangular watch. Cabaret, of course, yeah. I'm a big fan of both the Cabaret and the Arcade. Arcade was actually one of the four watches that Lange initially presented in 1994. It had this unique shape. It was relatively small. And it was, I think, initially conceptualized or designed as a woman's watch, but obviously has broader appeal, which is the case, of course, with a lot of Art Deco inspired watch designs, watch case designs, whether we are talking about the Cartier Tank or Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso. So this is, of course, distinguished, as is the case with most, the great majority of Lange watches, with a caliber that is especially and spectacularly shaped for the case, even though it has a smaller dimension. You can see another take on the 3/4 plate that is made of that particular alloy that they like calling German silver, and that apparently takes after the larger architecture and aesthetics of Saxonian made or Saxonia made pocket watches. And you can see again the kind of finishing on the bridges with what one might call glashütte ebbing, quite decent perlage, nothing to write home about necessarily. But of course, the freehand engraving on the balance cock remains quite beautiful and has this sort of floral inspired motif. This is a white gold Grand Arcade from 2002. Mark Cho likens it to a jewel box. I think that's a great analogy, actually. Something Lange doesn't get enough credit for is the perfect tone of their blue dials, evoking a rich blue sky. This is basically a dark blue dial for this Grand Arcade, a larger version of the original model, which was pretty minuscule. And you can practically tell that from how the movement is fitted into this case, right? Without complaining too much about it, you can observe that very quickly. The geometry of the arcade case is also very attractive, reminiscent of a jewel box. Finally, the well-designed case pack with decorated rectangular movement is a testament to Lange's movement design. This is, of course, a hand-wound movement in a white gold case with a dark blue dial, and matched with that suede strap. It really jumps out quite distinctively and provocatively. Lange doesn't really make arcades and cabarets anymore, and I was simply told that it is quite difficult for a brand to sell rectangular or Art Deco inspired watches unless they are called Cartier or Jaeger-LeCoultre, and I can certainly take that. I can certainly understand that argument. But these are really lovely watches. Next up is another Lange that was part of the original lineup. It is Saxonia. This was Lange's perhaps more diminutively sized and more subtle dress watch at the moment of the brand's revival. It also had an automatic movement with this oversized micro rotor, as you can see. This is the early iteration of that movement. It really is a gorgeous piece with the rotor engraved in relief. Its main portion being 21K gold, and it is finally reinforced with that added platinum rotor weight. Beautifully finished piece. Again, all the other elements of the Lange movement design and architecture are present, from the perlage on the base of the movement, the anglage that finishes the edges of the bridge plates, as well as the ebbing that covers the surface of those bridge plates. Of course, the heat-blued screws and the rubies that are set into the gold chaton. A very beautiful piece with some luminous material on the dial, including the alpha hands. It is quite beautiful and distinctive as a modernist dress watch, really. Of course, outsized dates, outsize seconds on the subdial at 6 o'clock, quite a distinctive aesthetic that finds a unique balance of its own with the pusher to cycle quickly through the date at 10 o'clock. It is a watch that you can recognize as Lange from a mile away, as it were. So this is Zaxomat with a big date. This piece drew me in at first, Mark Cho writes, with its beautiful movement, featuring an unusual three-quarter rotor. Right, so somehow, basically, it has the visuals of a full rotor, but still the architecture of a micro rotor movement in the sense that you have a smaller, a miniaturized rotor that is sunk into the same level as the bridge plates, as the main bridges of the caliber. The dial side reminds me of an attentive assistant with clear and pragmatic time indices and oversized date, window, and loomed hands. And it is made in platinum. It's executed in platinum. And finally, also is 37 millimeters with an automatic movement. Next up, we have Cartier Ronde. This is actually from the so-called CP era, a rather quirky piece from Collection Privée Cartier Paris. The distinctive Roman numerals, as well as the secret Cartier signature at 7 o'clock is there. But this particular dial is given Arabic numerals for additional markers in basically in a circle, in a concentric circle that is surrounded by the railroad track for the minutes. And as is the case with most CP watches, this aesthetic is completed by the addition of heat-blued Breguet hands, as well as rosette pattern decoration that is guillocheted on the dial, emanating from the center. Another platinum watch, by the way. Again, the double wishbone Cartier logo saturating the decoration of the bridge plates, appearing again here. Quite gorgeous, and the movement is called 437 MC, a hand-wound movement for this traditional Cartier shape that is simply called ronde, round. This is my favorite version of Cartier's ronde, Mark Cho shares from the Collection Privée, cased in platinum with guilloche and a rosette in the center of the dial. I love the form of this watch. It is surprisingly thin with short, rounded lugs that somehow are both elegant and endearing at the same time. It's a reference 1896 G, 33 millimeters in diameter, and it comes from roughly around the turn of the century. Next up, we have an Omega pocket watch. Are you asking about the Lange? Corrado says that Saxonia looks beautiful with the strap. Any idea what those two hallmarks are on the case back? Let's take another look, Corrado. I don't know for sure. I'm assuming, since I don't see um, any other markings on the case back, one is probably the one for platinum, but I can only speculate. I'm kind of guessing the other might be Glashütte hallmark of some sort. As you know, they don't spare any detail when it comes to this. You know that Glashütte in Sachsen is here. It is also on the dial. It's on the movement. So that might be a hallmark version of that as well, but I'm not actually familiar. I'm almost certain that one of them has to mark the material of the case, which is apparently platinum. The other one, I don't know. I'm guessing an origin hallmark, somehow referring to Saxonia, Sachsen or Saxony, whatever you want to call it. All right, so next up we have an Omega pocket watch. This is an Omega Lépine. It is really a lovely piece, very no-nonsense, unspoiled aesthetic. No, Cartier doesn't have the same ones at all, actually, Corrado. It just has PT 950. Oh, no, you're absolutely right. Cartier actually has the exact same ones. My bad. It has the additional PT 950, but I guess I am at least right in guessing that one of these mark the case as a platinum. I don't know, maybe both do. I have no idea. Honestly, to be quite frank with you, I think I can easily count the number of platinum watches that I've ever seen with the fingers on my two hands. So among everything that I've seen, I haven't come across a lot of platinum watches. So if I'm missing out something very distinctive about platinum watches, but also very common among them, it wouldn't surprise me. But I guess now that we have identified that commonality between this Cartier Ronde from Paris and this Saxomat, this automatic Saxonia from Glashütte, I guess we can identify them as some sort of platinum hallmarks. And that's a great connection that you derived, that you have drawn between the two watches. So the Omega Lépine. I used this as my desk clock for a while, and it's 48 millimeters in diameter, so you can certainly do that with pocket watches that are rather large. Every few days, I would wind it up, enjoy its ticking while I worked. This is a very elegant pocket watch. The gray shimmers nicely under the sunlight, and the hands are long and shapely. I also love the Art Deco font and the discreet small Omega logo and sub-seconds markings. 1944, and it's a reference CK374, a stainless steel Omega pocket watch with a 48 millimeter case. Lot 864 in this current The Beauty in Everything sale that Mark Cho is holding in conjunction with Phillips watches exclusively online. So once again, feel free to look at the list of watches in the link I sent. Feel free to draw my attention to any particular one of them, any one of those lots. If via super chat, if you want me to spend some time unpacking the importance of that particular watch. In either case, I will continue to go through them. But if you want me to do something for you immediately, or if you want to change the track of the conversation, feel free to send something in. Next up is Cartier tank asymétrique. This is what Mark Cho writes. Cartier's asymétrique is an exercise in beautiful geometry. This modern version carries considerably more heft than previous versions. Well, I mean, it happens to be in platinum, giving it a more broadly appealing modern size than the vintage original, which feels most at home as a dress watch. The ghostly gray on black dial is a particularly nice touch. Look at that cabochon that I'm guessing is a ruby. We can look a little more directly into the lot essay by Phillips to understand what else is going on. This is one of 100 pieces, limited edition, lot 820 from 2020. It is a platinum Cartier tank asymétrique. And yeah, it's basically a red sapphire. The lot essay says about the cabochon on the crown. Yeah, really, really amazing and unique piece. I particularly adore the 3 triple lug design that connects the case into the strap. It's really, it accentuates that quirky and vintage inspired vibe quite heavily. Next up is actually an Omega chronograph in pocket watch form. It happens to be actually a split seconds chronograph with a unique holder. It's an Olympic version. Heavy and enjoyable to hold and operate, Mark Cho writes. These Omega split-second chronographs were originally designed for the Olympic Games. I love how they emphasize legibility and ergonomics, featuring large pushers and bold typeface. It is really beautiful with, again, heat-blued hands for the hour, minutes, and the small seconds, and red for split seconds, and again heat blued as well for the first chronograph second, as well as the 30-minute totalizer. It has a very nice aesthetic, I have to admit, quite a beautiful piece. 65 millimeters in diameter and in stainless steel. This must be a hefty piece and quite a joy to tinker with, I'm sure. The next one is Nevada Grenchen or Grenchen Chronomaster Exotic Reverse Panda. This was a re-edition, a reissue that was done last year. It has that iconic color palette and color layout of the exotic dial Reverse Panda Daytona Paul Newman. Of course, the same Art Deco Arabic numeral fonts as well for the 2 subdials as you can see, a 30-minute counter at 3 o'clock, a running seconds at 9 o'clock, and a centrally deployed chronograph seconds in red that matches the tachometer on the perimeter of the dial in stainless steel. It is executed in 38 millimeters, which I think makes it a wonderful piece of a wonderful modern chronograph with heaps of vintage inspiration and vibe. Um, and one of the distinctive things about this particular reissue is the fact that it preserved the Valjoux 23 caliber, which is, of course, a time-honored classic when it comes to hand-wound chronograph movements, especially from late 50s and 60s. Mark Cho says, I love that this is a careful resurrection of a vintage classic down to the original and important Valjoux 23 chronograph movement. The chunky, stark dial aesthetic is a sporty 60s look that is somewhat underrepresented in today's market. A great throwback watch. This is the Nevada Gentian Chronomaster Exotic Reverse Panda, reference number 86018, stainless steel chronograph, two-register chronograph that runs on a Valjoux 23 base movement, lot 8033. And next up, we have a couple of Omegas. One is an Alaska project. The other one is a first Omega in space that is that has a dial swapped out by Mark Cho. So let's read about it. One of the reasons that collectors like the first Omega in space, of course, a swapped out dial and a handset, I should say. One of the reasons people like the first Omega in space is, of course, the dimensions of the case, right, which are which scale right under 40 millimeters. So it might be preferable to some. And the other one is an Alaska project, of course, which was initially not so popular, but is nowadays probably one of the most desirable special edition Speedmasters by Omega. So lot 853 first. This is the first Omega in space Moonwatch. Years ago, Mark Cho explains, when these things were easier to come by, I had acquired the dial and handset for the special edition Speedmaster made for the Mitsukoshi department store. I had them put into a Speedmaster First Omega in space, which has a slightly smaller case diameter than the standard one. What I love about the Mitsukoshi is that it has a silver dial and handset, which is much shinier than the usual Speedmaster, in a configuration of white hands on a black dial. I paired it with a black NATO with black hardware to emphasize this effect further. A beautiful Panda configuration, as you can see, which is heightened in this contrast by the silvered hands, which I'm sure have a tendency to disappear for the most part on the dial, but there is a certain sense of balance and contrast that you are given with this dial layout, dial design, the color combination that we call Panda. The next one, lot 851, is an Omega Speedmaster Alaska project. Again, it has that stark contrast. This time, of course, a more a dial that is more white than silver or silvered, um, and has sunk in chronograph registers that are rendered more or less in the same color. The Speedmaster Alaska project, like many of the other more obscure Speedy variations, was for many years a watch for the hardcore fans of the series. Only in recent years has it become a star in its own right. Without seeing the watch in the metal, it's hard to notice just how white the dial is, and next to that silver dial, you can kind of tell even in a photograph. It is in effect an albino Speedy. There are also some fun accessories included, such as the massive red protective cage for operating the watch in cold weather conditions with heavy gloves. Again, two very unique Speedies, one in the form of a special edition in the Alaska project, and the other one in the form of a combination piece by Mark Cho that puts together elements of the first Omega in Space, which is a smaller Speedmaster with a special edition Speedmaster that was made for the Mitsukoshi department store. You have another wonderful piece here that has elements of what I was talking about when it comes to that very unique Lange 1 Soirée. You see again the beads of rice, straight end link, vintage inspired bracelet here. Of course, this is a piece that is rendered all in stainless steel with a sector dial, small seconds, all the hands heat blued, contrasting against the two-tone cream dial with the black brown markings, I have to say, for the sector dial before seeing it up close. But let's see how Mark Cho describes it. A great collaboration between Longines and Hodinkee. This is the Longines Heritage Classic Limited Edition for Hodinkee. Yields a subtle and highly wearable modern watch that draws inspiration from Longines chronometers of the past. I especially love the two-tone finish of the dial and the well-made bracelet. Lot 857, a Longines Heritage Classic chronometer made in a limited run for Hodinkee. Lot 857. And you see, in addition to the two-tone execution of the dial, you also have that rather subtle radial guilloche for the second subdial as well, which adds yet another dimension to this dial. You have a recreation next of a 1965 diver but by Seiko with a high beat caliber. This is a piece that was made in 2020 in stainless steel with a case diameter that scales right under 40 millimeters. Mark Cho writes, Seiko does a particularly good job with strong angular shapes and reliable, sturdy dive watches. This one captures all of the above. The rubberized strap is especially well done too. And I mean, God knows I love a dive watch on a tropic strap or on a proper rubber strap that preserves at least most of the properties of that vintage aesthetic. And this one seems like the right choice. It has that basket weave slash carbon fiber kind of effect on the surface, which I think adds a little bit of a visual interest and delight, as well as a nice feel on the surface. Very sporty, beautiful combination with the blue tones of the dial as well, which, of course, with the crystal too has a certain neo vintage provocation. Next up, we have a Seamaster chronograph by Omega. I have to say, I'm really enjoying these uh, cloth backgrounds. Um, some are leather, of course. Um, we had some denim, but a lot of it is like classic tweed, at times silk, cashmere. Again, I think a beautiful aesthetic vision and direction for the photographs that accompany this collection that certainly give it the the flavor of the armory as much as the classic um, aesthetics of a watch auction. So I really appreciate this, I have to say. All right, we checked the 1965 diver and came to the Omega Speed Seamaster chronograph with cutout Arabic numerals on the dial, a 3-register piece with very distinctive loomed alpha hands and arrows for the rest of the index markers, and of course, those pips of loom right behind all of those indices. An early Seamaster with a particularly nice set of hands and pointed arm markers. 1963. I also like how the 3, 6, and 9 markers have been precisely cut by the subdials. JB is getting really angry now, but I love Mark Cho's description of this. I think I actually love, I'm not being ironic or I'm not trying to provoke my friend JB, but I actually do love cutout numerals on chronograph dials. It gives really this sort of je ne sais quoi, this sort of kind of, relaxed, carefree aesthetic to the dial. It's just like, order be damned. These subdials are going to go right there, and who cares what falls behind them, right? So it kind of adds this element of intrigue and arbitrariness and quirk to what is otherwise a very simple, even dull design layout, right? How many different ways can you go about expressing chronographic function if you are going to use subdials, right? There are not many exciting things you can do if you want to stick to convention. And doing cutout numerals is one way of introducing that minimal quirk into the situation. So this is a 35 millimeter Seamaster chronograph with 3 registers and very distinctive loomed alpha hands as well. That was lot 826. Oh, hi. Hello. I don't think we have met before, Thomas. I can't hear you. Is it me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you now. How are you doing,
Yeah,
man?
hi. Yeah, doing good, thanks. Yeah, good to see you.
Likewise. Nice to meet you. How you been?
Yeah, doing good. I love that Omega chronograph you just showed.
Yeah, let's
Stunning. It's a stunning one. That's one of my favorites.
it's Thomas, it's so nice to see you after all, huh? It's been a while, but this is the first time I actually see you. You are Thomas Burnett, right? I
Yeah,
recognize.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Well,
I've finished work for the month, so I've got a bit of time, so I don't have to go to bed early. So it's I can stay up and just enjoy the streams now. But this one's amazing. I love it. Absolutely love this Omega.
and I know you have a very respectable and diverse collection of vintage Omegas to begin with. I can
Well,
see.
not too respectable, but I try.
Uh, I mean, in either case, I can certainly see this slotting right into that collection.
Oh,
Um,
I'd love something like this. I'd absolutely, yeah, really up my street. This it's just those recessed sub styles and the Dauphine hands and the just spot on. Really
yeah,
is. Yeah,
really amazing watch. I mean, of course, since the advent of the modern Seamaster Professional 300, we think of the Seamaster as if it were always exclusively a dive watch or something. But actually, Seamaster was a very
exactly. Yeah,
diverse,
Seamaster. Everything was branded Seamaster.
right, very diverse and even confusing range at times. But when you see these sorts of wonderfully preserved and unique examples, um, that confusion somehow fades into the background. You just.
And I loved the pocket watch as well that he used as a clock. The That pocket watch was just stunning.
Yeah, right here.
Just stunning. I love that. Yeah.
That's also right up your alley, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the asymmetric, the Cartier asymmetric, I mean,
Oh my God.
it was such a wonderful watch. One of the wonderful Cartier creation. I mean, Cartier are kings of design, aren't they? They are a design house, and they really are a design house. I love the way it's like a driver's watch as well, like the Vacheron 1921. It's on an angle, so you actually read it on an angle. Uh, yeah,
Yeah, we should go back to driving this way too,
yeah.
and
It,
to,
it,
wearing it upside down.
but sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your flow. Carry on,
Oh, no,
carry on. You're
not at
doing
all.
really well.
I actually really appreciate getting the opportunity to go back to some of these watches and get someone else's reactions. I
Yeah,
always.
the Nevada Grenchen as well. I mean, that's a great watch. I mean, they're really underrated watches. I think those.
I agree.
Yeah.
By the way, everyone is very happy to see you. Night Diver said Thomas Burnett.
Hi
Cheers.
everyone. Good to see you.
Corrado says hi.
Hi Night Diver. Hi Corrado. Hi Fobbin Colossus. Hi Junior. Yeah. Good to see you, Eric L. Thanks a lot.
Um, so where were we last? We did.
We're at you just passed the Seamaster and you were going on to you'd gone to the Longines and you were going on to the next Omega.
Oh,
The lot 8026 you'd passed. That was the one you were going on to? Yeah.
826 was the Seamaster chronograph that
Yeah.
we
Yeah.
just discussed, and then we have the lot.
Centenary Japanese market limited edition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. I love the movement, and how it fits beautifully into the shades of the case as well.
Mm-hmm.
It's an 18 karat pink gold watch that's right under 36 millimeters, so very classically proportioned. I like the two-tone execution of the dial, beautiful leaf hands. I like to think although this is to be confirmed, that the hours track is like a very deep blue, looks like navy to me. Um, and of course, the small seconds hand is heat blued as well.
Beautiful. Looks like it's from the DeVille line, doesn't it?
A little bit, yeah. And I like the crosshair aesthetic too, that divides the dial, center of the dial so evenly to four lovely slices. Um, let's see what he says. This is an Omega 1894 Centenary Collection made for the Japanese market circa 1999. This watch from Omega's Centenary Collection is something of a forgotten treasure, and I'm always surprised it doesn't draw more attention. The movement is a new old stock 30 millimeter caliber 269 that Omega brought out from their archives and refinished for their historic milestone. Wow. Okay. So that's what it is. All the watches in this series were reimaginings of classic Omega chronometers made to modern standards. This variation is among my favorites of the series, a Japan market special featuring a striking blue ring upon which the sans serif Roman numerals sit.
And I thought Orange Hand brought up a really good point that it's interesting how many affordable watches are in this collection that you wouldn't have expected a modern reissue from Longines or Nevada Grenchen to be in a Phillips auction. So you wouldn't expect them to be worthy stuff. That's a quite good comment, I thought. They're not hype watches. They're not
Not at all. I mean, in fact, Thomas, the the reason that I like Mark Cho as a watch collector so much is because he's not afraid to go after his own taste. You know, in
sure.
terms of the dimensions of the watches. Of course, he has a lot of gorgeous platinum stuff, but he's not above these sorts of pieces that have fallen through the cracks, that are positively diminutive in size, that are um, quartz. Like he has a lot of quartz pieces in there, and not only Seiko spring drive. You know, like he has a lot of Royal Oak quartz pieces that no one wanted to touch 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Now everything else sold out and or incredibly overpriced, some people go for them. But at the time when Mark was buying them up, no one really cared. So he has amassed quite an interesting collection that has a broader appeal than just um, high rollers, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is my section. This is totally my section from this watch on. We go into the vintage Omegas,
Yeah.
and
Hey, maybe did you register? Are you bidding?
I'd love to. I'd love to. I don't have any money, but I'd love to. Yeah, and like Junior says, he's not a watch snob, which is great.
Yeah, love it. Yeah, and this is I think that that particular shade of the blue does go really well with the pink gold. I
With the
think
rose
Eric,
gold.
yeah, Eric is onto something there for sure. Yeah, it's the 269 caliber. A great idea too. Also, I know these days, the brands save those kinds of special trays of their new old stock calibers for very, very rarefied and expensive collaborations. But apparently, Omega already did it in the 90s, late 90s, with these series of watches. And no one really talks about them. I'm sure the interest will surge for these kinds of pieces after this auction and after this expose, so to speak. Um, yeah, wonderful piece. Next one is another Omega.
This one's stunning. I love this one. This 1930s Omega. Gorgeous. This reminds me of the A385 that they brought out
Mm,
recently, 1939.
yes.
That's a jumbo size case, the 37.5 millimeters. It's a jumbo size for that period.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's 37.5 for late 30s. That's positively gigantic. I
Very
mean,
big, very big. Yeah, yeah.
especially
Jumbo.
for a time-only watch. Of
Sure.
course, there were special order chronographs, perhaps, that were
Yeah,
40 plus.
you'd be looking at 34 millimeters, 35 millimeters for a watch that from that era, 34 millimeters. But for a 37.5, that's definitely a jumbo case. So it's
And let's
yeah,
see what Mark says about these. This 30s era Omega deserves to be seen and handled as it is a very well executed and nuanced design. It's oversized for its time, which we have noted as well, and wears broad and thin in a very pleasant way. Of course, it's very sleek thanks to its hand wound caliber, 26.5. It has a lovely tall box crystal that suits the watch perfectly and allows space for the large and beautiful blued hands, which were actually an element that I did not particularly enjoy on the new sector dial Omega
right.
CK859 that you just mentioned. Um, but at least they have done something within their own wheelhouse, within their own archives, right? So I
And
can't hate it.
it's in such good condition for its age. I mean, look at it. It's in amazing condition. It's an 80-year-old watch, and it's just in pristine condition.
83, in fact, right? I mean,
Mm,
after,
yeah,
as we get older, Thomas, that 1, 2, 3 years start mattering a lot more. So
yeah,
there's a big
absolutely.
difference between 80 and 83.
Yeah, it's in amazing condition.
Yeah, and again, if Meech comes on later, I'm sure he will say it's cheap and nasty. But honestly, having a few spots on this sort of dial for a watch from late 30s, it's quite brilliant. Actually, it's not
It
not
is.
at all.
Yeah,
Yeah, not at all
absolutely.
bad. Oh, Basil, thank you so much, man. He gave me a star sticker, a golden coin. Thank,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you, Puzzles. Thank you.
Um, let me see. Night Diver says it has the vibe of an IWC monster Portuguesa of roughly the same period in 1940s. I love those as well aesthetically. Again, I don't really like them on my wrist, but I think early IWC Portuguesas are just like wonderful outsize dress watches, bare bones, just this sort of I don't want to essentialize too much, but they are from Schaffhausen. They are from the German part of the country. So it has a Teutonic aesthetic, so to speak. Kind of severe and no nonsense. The Portuguese and this has a similar
Sure,
vibe.
sure.
Sure. Nice to see you, Basils. We have to let's try to meet up next week if it's okay for you. I can go for the week after as well. But either week of December 12th or December 19th, write to me on Instagram so we can do something in Providence. I would love that. Um, yeah, so let's go on to the next one. And Thomas, once again, I really
And,
appreciate that you're here. So please,
oh, you're welcome. You're welcome.
intervene whenever you like.
Yeah, well, we'll follow this up with another beautiful Omega, vintage Omega, 1941 um, edition. With the numerals on this are fantastic.
Right?
Yeah, Really nice, really nice, and the hands are quite different because they don't follow through as seamlessly as the last hands. They sort of they follow through, then come to stubby end and have a really thin, like almost like syringe hands, like a real syringe. Not
Right.
not 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 syringe hands as we know them, but like a real syringe. You know, they're really thin on the end, and they've got a thick body to the beginning of them coming from the center.
And somehow, maybe also kind of looks like a caliper, except it's
Yeah,
not even, of course. You have to tell the difference between hours and minutes, obviously, for practical reasons, but it really um, fits the vibe of the watch, fits with the numerals and their unique font as well.
and again a pristine dial for 1941
Oh yeah,
for a
this
for an 80-year-old watch. I mean, you just fascinating. I mean,
and
look at the condition of that. Wow.
in general, Thomas, I think someone like Saint Peter can inform us much more um, legitimately in this way, and in a way that's much more um, informed by expert knowledge. But I have always seen these sorts of uh, brushed grain finishes on dials from this period, and they happen to be cleaner and less corroded than others by and large. There must be some technical explanation to it, um, but that's what I had seen. And as you can see, any corrosion that exists is really at the perimeter, um, where that brushed finish actually ends. So I don't know. Again, I can't explain it. It's just something that I have observed. If St. Peter drops by, maybe he can explain it to us why that perhaps helps preserve dials in some way. Maybe I'm just making shit
Yeah.
up, but um, this is speaking of case proportions, right? This is positively diminutive compared to that jumbo 37. It's 30 millimeters in diameter, so much smaller, much more elegant.
Yeah, I mean that was the size that the gentlemen were wearing in the 40s. I mean, they're wearing 30 millimeter watches, and that was the norm. And the 30 or 30, 34, 33, and I'm fascinated by 1940s watches myself, and
I
I
know
mean,
you
particularly,
said that you were kind of focusing on that period because you made the argument that at least aesthetically speaking, a lot of brands seem to have found their footing in this decade. That's how you explained it last time I heard it from you.
yeah, yeah. It seemed to it was yeah, like you say, they brands were sort of finding their size and developing their size, and after the war, um, watches got a lot bigger.
Yeah, Junior Johnson says the photography on these watches is fantastic.
Yeah,
For the hands, Corrado says they almost look like a protractor. And he also says, picturing a 31 millimeter date just in my head, trying to imagine how small this would look in person. Um, Look, I mean, sometimes these things look like exactly how they sound like on paper. Sometimes the particular case design, I won't make the argument for this case because it's quite traditionally shaped, but sometimes with the extended lugs or because of a unique element in the design of the case, these things can wear much larger than uh, you imagine on paper. In the same way, some outsized watches wear quite comfortably and almost smaller on your wrist. I mean, I remember some years back, I tried a boutique edition Grand Seiko diver that was on paper 47 millimeters. but I felt like it wore smaller than a 44 millimeter Panerai, or even in a way,
Right.
uh, not smaller, but more comfortably, wore more comfortably than the 40 millimeter Rolex Submariners of recent time. So really, you shouldn't get too involved, I think, in the numbers game. If you can actually go out and find these sorts of watches, you'll be positively surprised how well they wear, even if it sounds like positively minuscule on paper.
Yeah, sure. And Night Diver mentioned about the Portuguese,
Mhm.
about the IWC Portuguese, which is what we follow up with after this watch.
Yes,
And
there we go. And look at that caliber.
yes, I mean, look at that! Wow, those bridges and yeah, that's just fascinating, isn't it?
Wonderful. This is another anniversary edition, namely 125th for IWC. It is a recreation of Portuguese with a hand-wound caliber. Again, very similar aesthetics in the way Night Diver mentioned and in the way that Thomas just reiterated to the Omega we have seen above. This is even larger, in 42 millimeters, caliber 9828.
And like Orange Hand says, the movement fills out the case so nicely. It's really is maximum size for the case. The
Right,
movement.
because I mean, you can when usually when you see a Patek Philippe watch that's 40 millimeters and you
Yeah,
turn it around, you see all sorts of visual tricks they play on you to make that movement um, look bigger than it is,
yeah.
with
No, no spaces needed here.
which people would say is small dick energy. IWC doesn't mess about. IWC is hashtag BDE. There you go. 42 millimeter case, properly sized movement,
Yeah,
uh,
beautiful,
real man's dress watch.
beautiful, gorgeous. Such a beautiful piece. And
So Mark,
that is the epitome of the Portuguese, isn't it?
yeah.
It's a gorgeous piece.
So Mark says about reference 5441 at lot 8046. Sometimes I buy watches because the movements are just so compelling. This is one of them. Dan Clymer was visiting the armory in New York wearing the steel version of this piece, and I was so impressed with its history. It's a recreation of the original IWC Portuguese down to the movements. Given its size, it would be a great watch to teach a watchmaking class with it as the gear
Yeah,
key
good
and other.
point.
They're so clearly and beautifully laid out.
Good point. Yeah,
Right, and it's the architecture of the caliber too is so reminiscent of like old school pocket watches too, and 42 millimeters, right? So it kind of makes sense, since a pocket watch on average, I start thinking 44 millimeters, roundabouts, plus minus two perhaps. Um, Gorgeous piece. I love how the ruby is right here as well between the two dates. International Watch Company, 1868, 1993.
beautiful. Yeah,
These are quite unique too for the calcio fans among us, especially those who like one of the Turin uh, teams.
just in
Two,
time for the World Cup.
uh,
Yeah, Juventus and Turin teams.
Italy hasn't been in a World Cup for the last two times.
They haven't, have they? No,
Yeah,
no.
I was rooting for Germany. They're out. I was thinking Denmark might do something. They're out.
Yeah,
The US is out already. I mean, no one was expecting us to beat the Netherlands, of course. So I'm kind of heartbroken about the whole thing. But yeah, at the end of the day, the first four are really the usual suspects. The first four that made it to the quarterfinals, the Netherlands, France, England, and um, Argentina, of course, Messi's.
yeah, yeah.
So these are two.
Beautiful reversos.
Reverso.
Yeah,
Yeah.
beautiful. I love the
Especially,
one on the right, the Juventus one. It's got a
uh,
lovely dial, lovely tributes type dial.
yes, I think you can find similar dials in the Art Deco. Like there's a model of the relatively contemporary but already discontinued Reverso that they call Art Deco, um, from 90s largely, and you can find similar dial designs and executions for those for that time period. Kind of like the index markers are laid out in a way that makes the center dial look like a sun or solar design from uh, that particular period. Um, beautifully executed watches, but this is actually made for the centennial anniversary of Juventus. That is Serie A team, the old lady of Italian football that is currently in a turmoil for. Um, well, I mean, look, I have sympathies for AC Milan, so I'm not gonna talk shit about Juventus just because of that. I try to restrain, but they're always into some shady business, So
Well,
um,
AC, you say AC Milan or Inter Milan?
AC,
AC
that's
Milan. I mean, that was Ronaldo's team, wasn't it? I mean, yeah, Ronaldo phenomenon, the real Ronaldo.
You mean Internazionale? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The Ronaldo played for. Well, I think Ronaldo played for just a little bit for AC Milan as well, didn't he? He played a lot. He was quite a journeyman towards the end of his career, especially number nine. Um, yeah, he did play for one season after Real Madrid for AC Milan too, but he played for Inter about 5 years after that spectacular season in Barcelona. Man, that's when he was the phenomenon,
yeah,
right? Arriving from the Netherlands into, I think it was Bobby Robson at the time, right? The Barcelona coach.
right, yeah,
And he describes Ronaldo as really as a specimen, right? That no one really saw. I think perhaps after Pele, which is not a coincidence, someone who had that sort of absolutely lean, super athletic physique. Robson describes him like a middleweight boxer. Um, it's an amazing documentary. I'm trying to remember what it was that kind of describes his first season in Barcelona. I'll dig it up at some point.
yeah.
Junior Johnson, thank you so much. It is
Oh,
wonderful to see Thomas on.
thank you, Junior. Oh, he's so kind.
Bobby Legs,
And
thank
Bobby
you.
Legs, good to see you, Bobby. Yeah, I'm still awake. I've finished work for the month, so late night, lots of late nights now watching stream.
Amazing. Maybe I will have more of this privilege of hanging out with
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
and actually seeing his face. This is very unique. I had never seen you before, Thomas. I'm sorry if I'm gushing a little too much, but it's really good. It's like It's like seeing an old friend, except I had never
Yeah,
seen it before.
yeah, sure.
um, so these are two watches made for the Torino rivals, one for Torino FC. You can see that distinctive burgundy color that is enameled to the case back of the Reverso, and
Mhm.
the centennial logo of Juventus, Juve Centus, 100 anni, uh, 1897 to 1997. The Torino watch is in pink gold, has also that deep red on the dial as well.
I think if I was to go with the dial, I'd go with the Juventus one with the green strap.
Yeah,
Um,
and Juventus one is also more sober in a way. The only real distinctive element on that dial, since the colors of the team is already black and white, is are the stripes that run through those Dauphine hands. That's not a reflection, actually. It is a black stripe that runs.
right. Oh, interesting.
Um, but other than that, it's like just a very beautiful execution of a reverso dial in its
Gorgeous.
most Art Deco expression. Again, Arabic numerals at 12, 3, and 9, and the rest of the index markers are laid out as if they are sun rays emanating from the center of the rectangle. And you have kind of a barley corn guilloche design both
Yeah,
at the center of the dial and the running seconds,
beautiful.
small seconds.
I love it.
I love stainless steel reversos, but I kind of like the pink gold one, maybe because I already have a stainless steel, and I hate Juventus, um, so I would go with the pink gold one. But I do appreciate the distinctive silk strap that Mark chose for the Juventus version. But let's read the descriptions. It is actually white gold, the Juventus one. So Gégé Lecoutre Reverso Juventus 1897, 1997, 100 anni di Juve. This was a special edition made for Juventus FC, and it is one of the most beautiful configurations of the Reverso I have ever seen. Purely monochromatic with triangular applied markers, only Arabic numerals at the cardinal points, allowing it to be visually more symmetric than reversos that feature only Arabic indices. I love the stripe down the middle of the hands as a little finishing touch. Both reversos, by the way, are in that now um, iconic postmodern grand tie dimension, 42 by 26. The other one is Del Centenario Torino FC, a special edition made for Torino FC. It features burgundy numerals on a rose gold case. I paired it with a tan strap to emphasize the red tones of the watch. The case is JLC's discontinued Kantai, which remains, in my opinion, Mark Cho writes, the best and most balanced size they ever made. Large enough to be substantial, but small enough to be elegant. I do agree, actually. I mean, I love my grand dates, to be frank, but the grand date is a smidgen bigger than it's a smidge bigger than the Grand Thai, and I can see the Grand Thai being more universally appealing, especially for a time only
Sure.
reversal.
I think that's what the Reverso is, though. It embodies a watch that is small enough to be elegant. You know, small but large enough to be elegant. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, in the sense, I'm figuring out that there is something that I derive from my love from the reverso when I pine for a Bulgari Octofinissimo, because I think both watches even though they are in many ways very sleek and um, small on the wrist for the wearer, have a kind of strange presence that really attracts attention from people who don't even care for or know watches, right? It's
Sure.
probably partly the distinctive shape, uh, but partly just the unique um, elements of design. I mean, stainless steel reversals are mirror polished, right? So it's a very shiny watch, especially for something that's just stainless steel. Um, and the Octofinissimo is kind of the reverse a lot of times, right? Especially in its original um, sandblasted titanium finish. So reversals have a very unique presence. Even when they're small, I feel like they are very noticeable on the wrist. Next one, we have another unique shape, the ellipsocurvex or double ellipsis as the
Yeah,
distinct.
the Daniel Roth. I've never seen a Daniel Roth on a bracelet.
Oh yeah, these bracelets I absolutely detest, but you have to admire the fact that he basically replicates the case design uh, in like rows of four over and over and over
Yeah,
again.
it looks like a Lego brick, doesn't it?
Is that a good thing, Thomas?
It does though. It's got that sort of pattern like a Lego brick. It looks like you're gonna put another strap on top of it, and sort of, or start building on top of it. It's fascinating.
For sure. I mean, look, this is, I think also you have to kind of live with it because as far as I can see, this is an integrated bracelet design too.
Yeah, yeah,
And I'm saying this again, I'm saying this as a huge fan of the double ellipsis shape, a big fan of Daniel Roth watches, not really into this integrated bracelet design. There's just too much double ellipsis, too much ellipsocurvex going on. Even before you said Lego, I was already preparing some harsh words for it, but you basically said it in such a nice way. But Daniel Roth, Le Sentier, which of course refers to the town where his atelier was located, um, is the basic dress watch configuration of the Daniel Roth, just time and date, with the date window at 6 o'clock. Um, I think it's a very elegant watch, beautiful, minimal luminous material on the dial, the heat blued hands for the hours, minutes, and seconds jump out very beautifully and very legibly. I like them. I like them. I like them on the leather strap. I don't necessarily mind it, but again, you get one of the ones with the bracelet, you kind of have to live with it because it's an
sure.
integrated and different design. This is lot 841, Daniel Roth Le Sentier in stainless steel with an automatic caliber 157.
Very
Dan,
underrated brand, I think. Daniel Roth. Very underrated.
what do you think of their possible revival under Louis Vuitton, under the LVMH umbrella? That's what I heard, that they're gonna start making watches with the brand again.
I hadn't heard about that, but it's an interesting prospect. Yeah, I mean, it'd be interesting for them to have a revival. They do some. They do. I mean, I quite like the K shape. The sort of arched sort of K shape. Um, it's an interesting one. It's people might say it looks a bit dated, but it's yeah, it's like it's the arched top and the arched bottom. Yeah, Ginny's not seen anything like it, but it's interesting. Yeah, I like them. I mean, I like the chronographs that they do. Um,
Amazing. I mean, I like the earlier chronographs. I like the later ones that are built on the Zenit El Primero caliber 400 as well.
yeah,
Earlier ones, we were just talking about how they were built on the Lemonia CH27, which is, of course, the iconic hand wounds base that gave us minimally the Omega 321, the Moonwatch movement. Um, but yeah, I love the Metropolitan, you know, their GMT watch. But I do love the Le Sentier again. Don't take me wrong. I love this watch. I just prefer the bracelet versions quite a bit. Sorry, the strap
the
versions quite a
straps.
bit
Yeah,
more.
the leather straps. Yeah, that's. I've never seen a bracelet one version. I've only seen them on the leather straps, and that they and the gold ones in particular. The yellow gold and the rose gold ones, and I've never seen a white gold one or a steel one.
Mm. There are, I mean, especially from the later period, like when you come into the 90s, even right before the Hourglass acquisition of the brand, increasingly there are more stainless steel pieces. Um, but the early period is very much, like you said, focused on making precious metal, oftentimes complicated watches. You know,
Yeah,
perpetual calendars, hand-wound chronographs.
sure.
Um, but yeah, as time goes on, it's a little more diversified, and there late 90s to 2000s and even early 2000s after the immediately after the Bulgari integration, there are a lot of stainless steel pieces like this coming out. I mean, I don't know the numbers, and again, when I say a lot, it's not Rolex a lot. I mean,
Oh
Daniel
no, no.
was always a very small, rather boutique brand, even after the Hourglass acquired it, even after it was integrated in the Bulgari, it was still pretty small. So Longines Série 30, again, another 30s aesthetic. This time it's in that cushion shaped case.
Yeah, lovely, but quite a small watch. This one, but lovely. I absolutely love it. I love
Yeah,
the numerals are gorgeous, and the leaf hands and the classic numerals. Small watch at 32 mil, like you said, like you just highlighted. But
like a
the
baby Panerai.
yeah, but those it's got sort of 1920 sort of style numerals, hasn't it? It's sort of
Yeah. A delightfully small and enjoyable watch, Mark Cho opines. The strong blue numerals stand out against the steel gray dial and case. Although I never got around to it, I think it would be great to put this on a band strap in brown textured leather to give it
mm,
an even more sporty look. Interesting.
it reminds me of a Rolex bubble back,
Mm. Yeah, 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 yeah.
something like that, something like that. The vintage
Right.
looking. And I'm sure Longines were doing that sort of watch back in the day.
Of course. I think this is, I mean, why they call it Série 30, I guess it's because it's some sort of recreation of something they did in the 30s. That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh, but certainly, the reason I said Baby Panerai is because of the Rolex Oyster connection, of course, right? You know, after all, it was the cushion-shaped early
the
iteration of
Radimir, yeah, the early
with
Radimirs that Rolex did for Panerai. Yeah, sure.
that Rolex supplied for Officine Panerai.
Yeah,
Next one is a Ming 1709 in Burgundy. The
yeah.
Ming,
I
oh,
mean,
sorry.
quite a love 'em or hate 'em brand, aren't they, Ming? They're quite fashionable and became quite fashionable. And I like the burgundy down myself. I really like it. It's one of their nice styles. They did a lovely honeycomb dial as well, didn't they?
Mm.
But this one's a lovely one. I mean, going back to Orange Hand's comment about the watches not being um, high high value watches. This is interesting, because it's got the sort of a daily wearer watch here, which would be about $3,000, maybe $3,500.
I mean, at list price,
Yeah, at least
Ming
price.
watches are quite reasonable. I mean, I don't think they are overpriced at all. I don't think
No,
they're
not at all.
inappropriately priced. I find it somewhat obnoxious the way they are uh, tagged in the on the secondary market, but their list prices are not, pardon me, not necessarily objectionable.
No,
And like you said, it might be a divisive design, and I hate it, but you can't blame them for um, mimicking or replicating someone else. At least it is original design, which has to be commended, which has to be appreciated at some level.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
The hands are their own style. They're sort of um, see through hands, and the dial they've got nice texture to the dial, and
Minimal branding in a way, right?
yeah,
Just
yeah.
that small script at 3 o'clock. So this is what Mark writes. The Ming 1709 is striking and easy to wear, modern Ming creation. Other than the finely textured dial and quintessential Ming markings, which include, of course, the skeletonized hands that Thomas was just describing, I would pay extra attention to the crown, which is particularly beautiful in its shape and finish. This is a 38 millimeter case watch from 2021 with a burgundy dial, which again, these sorts of, I mean, it's burgundy slash red is not a dial color that you see very often, that you see executed well. And I think the shade on this one is particularly captivating and very, very beautiful. I will concede as much.
I think Cartier have executed burgundy dials very well.
Mm.
Um,
And burgundy details too. It doesn't have to be maybe a dial entirely in burgundy, but some tank dials, for example, with
yeah,
a
yes,
owl ring in burgundy.
yeah. I think they've done them very well. And
Another name,
but Ming, I think this is quite a nice looking watch. To be honest with you, followed up by another Ming
yeah.
on a bracelet. I've never seen a Ming on a bracelet. To be honest with you, again like the Daniel Roth, and never seen one on a bracelet. Only seen them on straps.
And this is one in grade 5 titanium on a matching bracelet. Has, for that reason, I think, a much sportier look than the earlier Ming 1709 that we looked at. This is 1905. Ming has successfully created his own aesthetic that is unapologetically space aged but backed by traditional Swiss watchmaking. The Series 19 watch, the 1905, is the last of its generation. Mark says, I especially love Ming's creativity with dial materials. In this piece, he has cleverly made the dial using sapphire crystal. It has a black undercoat with markings on top that seemingly float. The universal bracelet, that was an optional extra for this watch, is also exceptional in comfort and fit. 39 millimeters. I think it's a very sporty and intriguing version of Ming, which also has micro rotor Schwarz Etienne caliber.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to love a micro rotor, haven't you? I mean, I'm a big fan of them myself.
Yeah, yeah. I
Uh,
was just, that's what I did my daily post on today on Instagram, kind of musing on the Generations ad campaign. Um, this is the first Patek Philippe Generations ad that actually featured the watch on the model's wrist,
right.
because if you can believe it, when they first came up with the campaign in 1996, they were trying so hard to move away from traditional codes of watch advertising that they chose to shy away from the product first imagery as much as possible, to the extent that they just had lifestyle images, photographs, and then a watch under it with the description. And here in 2006, the gentleman actually has a 5712 on his wrist. Um, and they chose, of course, that asymmetric dial micro rotor um, Nautilus than any other watch. And as I learned from Nick Fox's writing, uh, the caliber 240 actually happens to be a micro rotor movement designed by Gérard Perret, who uh, once worked for Universal, right? And he must have been the person who has designed the micro rotor that powered the pole routers as well. So it's a nice little historic connection. And of course, pole router was designed in its turn by a 23-year-old Janta, a
I
little
like
more.
Eric L's comment. The guy's hair isn't grey enough for that watch.
5712 is youthful enough, I think.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
I understand. I
For the
have
for the advert. For
yeah,
the
I
advert.
have another advert from that series that I commented on before, which is, again, maybe not gray enough, but you can kind of um, fit that kind of romanticism into
Yeah,
this particular configuration a little easier, perhaps. And this is an ad for 5170G,
right.
which is again um, a very important watch for Patek Philippe, featuring the CH29, which was their first ever in-house hand-wound chronograph movement, of course, replacing the Nouvelle Lemania base.
Right.
Um, all right, enough of my digressions. We're back to
Yeah.
the beauty in everything sale, and we were just looking at this sporty Ming in grade 5 titanium with a matching bracelet that was an optional extra apparently at the time of the order, and Mark Cho had the foresight to order it with the bracelet, and I think it looks really gorgeous. I think this is probably the first time I see a Ming, and I don't immediately hate it, uh, which is a huge improvement for me.
Yeah, me personally, I'm not a fan of that style of that 5 part bracelet. I'm not.
Hmm.
Doesn't do it for me. Um,
Yeah, I think I like it. I think between the bracelet and the micro rotor movements, I
yeah,
kind of watch.
the micro movement, the micro rotor movement. I'm a big fan of. Yeah, makes the watch a lot thinner. Um, but the yeah.
All right, so let's see. The next one is Gerald Janta Mickey Mouse watch, which Bulgari reiterated just last year in a limited run of 150 pieces. Um,
Yeah, so that's great fun. This one, a jump hour with retrograde
retrograde.
retrograde minutes. Lovely.
And as you probably also remember, they have just released another version with a bi-retrograde, which is to say retrograde minutes and retrograde dates. That also almost immediately sold out. I think that has kind of like a soccer football inspired theme, and is another Mickey Mouse Jarajanta watch. Jump hour, of course. Again, this is the Smiling Mickey Mouse, the earlier edition. Their announcement of the revival of the Jarajanta brand under the premises of Bulgari, the Arena Retrograde Mickey Mouse March. Mark Cho says the first time I saw Ajanta Mickey Mouse was actually at Phillips, which is, of course, the house that organizes this auction. I thought it was brilliant, a fine timepiece with a sense of humor. This reissue combines the charm of the originals with modern case proportions and high quality and finish. It's 41 millimeters in diameter, and it is really a unique watch. Again, I don't have many great things to say about it, so I will hold back. But I appreciate the fact that it has, a jump hour watch is always, I think, very elegant. Um, I like the retrograde complication, and I actually kind of like the, humorous presentation of what is otherwise a very sober complication. So let's put it like that. That's the best thing I can find.
Yeah. I mean, Ingersoll did the first Mickey Mouse watch, didn't they? And it's I'm not too much a fan of Mickey Mouse watches, but I do love the jump hour, and I love the retrograde hand, and it's a fun watch, like you say. It's a bit of fun. It's yeah, yeah. It's bit of fun.
We're trying, guys. As you can see, we are trying to be nice. I'm inspired by.
Well, I mean, if you're gonna have a watch collection, I mean, he's selling off his watch collection, so you can't have all of your watches can't be great watches. You're gonna have to have a bit of fun in your watch collection, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is actually a quite a great watch. There are so many underrated watches that were built under the Jarajanta brand. Lovely perpetual calendars that kind of take after some of the things that Janta did for Cartier, especially Pasha and Pasha adjacent models. A lot of great chronographs, actually. I'm a huge fan. I talk about a little bit of that particular chronograph that I like from Gerald Janta on my Instagram page. So I'm just gonna drop the link, and you guys can fish it out. But yes, follow me on Instagram as well. All of these things grow exponentially. So if you are also on Instagram, and you follow me here, you subscribe here, feel free to subscribe elsewhere too. It opens doors for me. So it's a very small favor. It's a very small thing to do on your part, but a big favor for me. So I would appreciate it if you would do that. And please
Yeah.
hit the like button while you can.
Follow on Instagram, guys. Yeah. So as I was saying, it's good to have a bit of fun in your collection, and the next watch is another bit of fun. It's and also another budget watch. I mean, not all watches have to be expensive. It's a Swatch, so
Exactly.
it's just another bit of fun, and yeah, another
And it's
Mickey
like an
Mouse watch.
abstract Mickey Mouse too. It's a
Yeah,
Damien-Hirst distillation of Mickey Mouse. A handful of circles and a few colors is enough to bring to your mind this important cultural icon, an excellent example of Swatch's broad appeal.
yeah, a bit of fun.
Ooh,
And
I
if someone wants to bid on this, and they can maybe get a bargain. Now we want
and
some gorgeous watches.
and by the way, let's remind everyone of this wonderful little favor that Mark Cho is doing in this auction. If you win one or more of these lots, for every lot you win on this auction, you not only get the watch, you also get a custom made garment by the Armory. Um, they have
Ah,
four different iconic choices. And apparently, Mark Cho is actually go through with you through the design process. So you will establish a personal connection with the previous owner of the watch. So you end up maybe having a swatch and get a free jacket out of it, and you might make it up. um, but yeah, joking aside, I mean, again, like you said, some of these are even on auction can present decent deals still. Something always falls through the cracks in every auction, and suddenly you have a piece that has a certain memory attached to it, that presents a certain moment that is the result of an occasion, and it's also going to be commemorated with a piece from Mark Cho's brand. So I think that's a very cool detail.
and Thomas Broadbent saying they should do a Genta Bulgari Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio version.
Why not? Guillermo del Toro is the Mexican director, right? Yeah, yeah. It's he has won what, like two Oscars back to back,
Right.
not too long ago. Um, Aiden Valento says Rolex. What does that mean? Do you mean, are there any Rolexes in the auction? Yes, absolutely.
There
There
are,
was
yeah, in
There
the
was an
beginning.
Explorer. The very first watch listed there is the very first Rolex that Mark Cho ever bought, apparently, and that's an Explorer. So check that out, Aiden, and
There's
yeah,
a,
just go through
there's
everyone again.
there's a
Uh,
beautiful 16753, isn't there? Root beer,
that
yeah.
that too. 75. No, I think it's a 713.
Oh,
It's like a
really? Right,
more modern version, I think, the root beer he
right.
has there. But yeah, there are a couple of Rolexes, Aiden. Again, look through the listings, the earlier listings that I've discussed yesterday or today. If you want me to go back to a particular lot, feel free to super chat, and I will go back, and both Thomas and I can go through it, dissect it, and explain it from various perspectives. So I hope that's what you were asking. Except, of course, we all like just simply saying Rolex. It's our favorite brand. It's everyone's favorite brand. We love it. Um, but there are other watches than Rolex and Patek.
Sure.
Uh, this is a pair of Bulgari Octofinissimo.
Yeah, the
Nissimi, I guess you can.
Tadao Ando uh, designs, these ones. I love the one on the right,
Mm.
the
It's like a
non-PVD one.
sound wave, or like, that when you
Yeah,
drop a little pebble into a pool, and it kind of
ripples. You get a ripple dial. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
In both cases, it's a ripple that emanates from the small seconds. Well,
Sure.
roughly, not exactly. As you can see, it's a little off center there, which is a beautiful quirk. And you have a wonderful crescent as well in the black ceramic one. But let's go through the lots 8017 and 8018, Bulgari Octo Finissimo, Tadao Ando edition. Of all the octos, this is arguably my favorite. That's the one on the right that Thomas also adores. An exemplar of minimal Japanese design by the hand of Tadao Ando. Notably, it is also among the few octos that has no logo on the dial, since they did not want to interrupt the pattern in any way. It is executed in that sandblasted titanium version or aesthetic of the Octofinissimo, and has the BVL 138 micro rotor caliber. And then you have the later black ceramic Tadawando as well in the next lot, 8018, released after the gray titanium. This black version of the Octo has deep, subtle colors accented by a sliver of gold representing the waxing moon. If the
It's ceramic. It's not DLC. Interesting.
No, no, it's black ceramic, yeah.
Wow. Wow.
So that's like, probably this pair is the hypest watches more or less in what we have gone through today so far.
Yeah.
Uh, again, Bulgari Octo Finissimo may be rather marginal to the conversation, but these limited editions have proven over the years quite popular, especially the Japanese market or the Japanese artist collaborations.
Hmm.
Um, and as you know, everyone goes crazy about black ceramic pieces. People would probably, um, sell their own mothers and wives for a black ceramic AP in the current climate. So, somehow that's become a hype material. And here it is Tado Ando in black ceramic. Again, a similar aesthetic, but a more stark and perhaps more expressive, as Mark Cho is saying. The waxing moon at 5 o'clock, of course, and everything else preserves the off-center um, small seconds aesthetic of the octaves. We have Renaissance Type 1, Slim X.
Oh, now we're talking. This
Yeah.
is my type of watch. This I love Resonance.
All
Beautiful,
right.
and
Tell me more.
a green dial as well. Beautiful.
Tell me more. Tell me what you like about the Renaissance or Renaissance.
It's their. I think they call it an ROCS movement. I've forgotten what it stands for. Rotating something. But just the design, that's it. Yeah. Um, um, just the way it's independent. Just the way it's laid out symmetrically. It's you've got the day of the week on the bottom right. Um, you've got the seconds at the top. You've got the hour, then the minutes as the rotates round, and
Mhm.
it's a fascinating mechanism, and I just really admire these watches and love them. They do the oil filled ones, they do non oil filled ones. Um, I'm just such a huge fan of Resonance. I really do like the style of their watches. And I like the day of the week, and you got the weekend in orange on the bottom right. You've got the
Right.
Saturday and Sunday in orange, and the other days of the week. So it's on Thursday at the moment.
Nice. Nice.
Uh,
So it's in
yeah,
grade 5 titanium, 42 millimeters in diameter, a very distinctive circularly brushed green dial, unique layout and expression of time. Ressence Type 1 Slim X. I love Ressence, and the Type 1 Slim wears the best for me. The Armory's neighbor in Hong Kong was for many years a Ressence dealer, and through their shop window, I watched Ressence's range develop and grow. I love their precise, colorful dial designs mixed with their organic, soft case shapes. Of their releases, this Olive 10th Anniversary Edition is one of my all time favorites, Lot 859.
yeah, beautiful.
These ones I like, and by the way, H. Moza just announced Vanta Black version of their Endeavor Center Seconds
Yeah,
piece. So that's a very exciting watch. It's a
but these.
little, again, I mean, go ahead. Sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
No, no,
I
please.
was I was just going to say these Moses I've never seen before, and they're absolutely amazing. They've got like not quite Breguet style hands, but almost. But I just love them. I really do love the layout of them. They're fascinating. Just something totally new for me from Mother. Um,
Hmm. I
yeah,
mean, that's not surprising, Thomas, because these were actually um, a limited edition that H. Moza did with the Armory, Mark Cho's brand. Um, they came out earlier this year, were allocated by a lottery that you would enter by putting down a deposit, which would be immediately returned to you if you didn't win. Um, so, a fair allocation system, too, all things considered. They were called the Total Eclipse and
yeah,
offered in two variations, one entirely steel and one in a steel case with pink gold accents, basically. All the dial fixtures, including the Rejo, is in pink gold in this version on the left.
yeah. Beautiful. Really nice.
Uh, so let's read what Mark says about these. Total Eclipse. This watch and the next one are the Armory's collaborations with H. Moza Company. It started with some very fortuitous meetings with Bertrand and Edouard Mailan, the current leadership of the company. We worked on the design through COVID, completing all the work over email and Zoom calls. It takes inspiration from a total solar eclipse, combining an ultra black dial with a rim of red gold, evoking the halo of the sun. Although Total Eclipse is better known for the red gold version, my personal Total Eclipse is the steel version. Mark says, I started the collaboration wanting to work with this ultra black dial material, the Vanta Black, and the steel version gives the purest black. The two lots, 813 and 814, are my gift and my thank you to the team at the Armory for a tough few years of business. Wow. The sales proceeds of them will be split evenly among them. Amazing. Great. I like this. I like, I like myself a little bit of socially conscious capitalism. That's good. Um,
Yeah,
hey man, I mean, he could have not done it. So I appreciate that
sure,
he
sure,
reserved two
absolutely.
lots, just to be shared evenly among his employees. That's great. I appreciate that. I like that.
Yeah,
Great job.
absolutely. Yeah,
Um, and yeah, those are again, for me, I like a lot of things that Moza does. The more sober, the more conventional, the more um, bare bones the designs are, the better I like them. I'm not altogether hot for a lot of the more trolling, humorous, or adventurous designs they do. But when they produce something like this or something like the Endeavor, I'm on board. And these are, by the way, also very wearable at 38 millimeters in diameter. So keep that in mind too. Um, I think they were made in a very limited number. Um,
yeah, they must have been. They must
I'm
have been.
trying to remember, but my connection is giving up the ghost at this point. So I can't even search in the background to see what's going on. But yeah, keep in mind that these were probably like 20 of each or 30 of each, something like that, somewhere between 50, 55, 60 pieces between the two. So this is another collaborator with Mark Cho and with the Armory, Naoya Hida. Um,
This is
the
absolutely this is the best one so far. The Naohida. This is just
you
Japanese
know
watchmaking at its finest. Just
can I
this.
say something also about the particular Japanese approach to manufacturing? And this watch, I think, is a great example, and I will try to explain why. Because one of the things that the Japanese do, they have done these with like vintage looms for denim, for example, that they bought up
Mm,
when American manufacturers were closing. And for the longest time, uh, the Japanese were producing the best salvage jeans that were ever made in the world.
right.
And
Interesting.
somehow they contributed to the comeback of those salvage denim products. In the same way, I mean, they have bought a lot of distilleries in Scotland and bought up barrels in Scotland and brought them to Japan and started making their own whiskeys. And now some Japanese whiskey just as some Scotch whiskeys. And this particular cutout, you know, numeral design was so popular by Naoya Hida that one of the OGs had to go ahead and copy it for their own anniversary editions. And I'm not gonna, should I call them out?
Yeah, go for it.
Basically watches for their 190th anniversary edition.
Oh, the Longines.
Yeah, the 190.
Yeah, the
I
190
think
gold,
it's
the
what
gold one, the gold one.
this they call it 190 Spirit, or I don't remember the exact model number, but
Yeah,
that's the one that copies these cutouts, numerals, and yeah, it has centrally deployed seconds, but you know. Those kids who copied your homework, they changed a few things about it, but
yeah.
it was still stolen.
I was speaking to someone who received a Naida Hida today. and or this week, and
Oh wow.
he and his the numerals on his dial are actually engraved. So
Mm.
it's fascinating stuff. So really skilled
So this
watchmaking.
this watch has an interesting story as well. This is an NH Type 1B. Mark Cho writes, I met Hida-san in early 2019 in Tokyo, having seen an announcement about his new watches in SJX. Handling the prototype in the metal, it was love at first sight, and I put my name down for one immediately. Hida-san has since become a great friend, mentor, and collaborator. I wore this watch more than any other watch these last few years. It is an exceptional piece of design. For the auction, I asked Hida-san to replace my original dial with the latest version. Companies rankings improve every year, and it's very satisfying to see how many refinements they have made to the process. The original dial is also included with the watch. And again, these are kind of 1930s Calatrava style dress watch aesthetic. The proportions are very similar too, in the sense, like, it's a modern take on a 30s dress watch, 37 millimeters, so kind of a jumbo case for that time period, a very traditional sizing for the current era, and of course something that is a little more distinctive, in addition to, of course, the finishing of the dial and the application of the numerals, is the running seconds at 9 o'clock. And you would not be surprised, those of you who know what a Valjoux 7750 is, would not be surprised that actually the movement that powers these watches is a modified version of that chronograph caliber, which of course has the running seconds at 9 o'clock. Um, if you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah,
Oh,
fascinating
did we
watches.
finish?
Yeah, that's the
Wow.
last watch. It's the last watch.
Thomas, we did it. We did it. I
Yeah,
can't believe it. 66 pieces. Once again, Mark Cho is selling basically two-thirds, certainly the majority of his watch collection, because he saw this window of opportunity in perhaps finally buying the property of an Upper East Side location for his men's business, the Armory, which has two locations in each city, Hong Kong and New York. Um, Ultimately, he made this very personal, in the sense that, yes, he chose watches that perhaps he was no longer wearing and he no longer saw as part of his aesthetic, but there are some pieces that are very personal to him, very important to him, very sentimental to him, and he explained it in the sense that he wanted to make it real. It's gotta hurt, as Archie used to say.
yeah, yeah,
And he also made it really special in a way, as I mentioned before. He includes, let me see the description of that. He includes in every sale, and multiple times if you win multiple items, a customized um, article of clothing
from the Armory.
by, yeah, I think I have to restart my computer or something. It's really, I don't even know how well you hear me, Thomas.
Yeah,
I
hey,
really
you
can't
coming
work
through?
the.
You're fine. You're fine. It's
Would
fine.
you
You're coming through.
could you hold, if I leave you with the auction page, could you hold hold the fort for 5 minutes?
Yeah, sure, sure, sure.
Yeah. I'll restart, guys. I'll be right back. Thomas Burdett, the man behind the brand,
The
will
man
keep you
behind the
entertained.
brand. Yeah,
I'll be
so I
right
don't
back.
know why everybody. I don't know everybody's thoughts were on all those watches, or what your favourites were. Um, if you've got any favourites, put them in the chat, and we can talk about them. Um, did you like the pocket watches? Did you like the pebble dashed Octafinissimos? Did you like the Haida that we saw last? The Japanese watch. It was a beautiful one. Um, the Omegas, maybe, or the maybe some others from the that we haven't shown that young Brando showed in his earlier stream. The Rolexes. I'm sure if you hit the link that takes you to the catalog, you can see plenty of the watches that have been featured. But there's some great watches that are in the auction. Uh yeah. Put in some comments and don't forget, give a thumbs up, and if you aren't already subscribe. What we got? Corrado really likes the Saxony, the Platinum Saxony. Gorgeous watch, wasn't it, Corrado? Yeah, lovely watch. Junior, you heading to bed? Got to get up early. Oh, my friend, great to see you. Great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. And sleep well, my friend. Sleep well. Yeah. Yeah, but Corrado, that Saxony was a really, really nice watch with a big date. Um, I really like I really like the there was the chronograph by wasn't Universal Geneve, it was oh, I forget now.
Hi,
Hi,
I'm
yeah,
back.
you back, good.
I think I'm back and I'm
Yeah,
working.
you back, yeah. Corrado's just saying he liked the Saxonia, the Saxonia with the big date, and Junior's gone to bed. He's had to leave us.
Good night, Junior. Thank you so much for being here. Um, yeah, let's go back to some of that stuff. Um, this no, this is not the. He was thinking of the platinum Saxonia. This is the hand wound one, the smaller one in yellow gold. That is also part of the auction and is has an oversized date as well. That's lot 8006. And then you have um, also the Langematic, the three-quarter rotor or a micro rotor version of the Saxonia that is not produced in that way anymore, in that with that movement anymore. Um, yeah, I also, you know, I don't know. In general, I'm more increasingly I lean towards hand wound watches for for the dressier aesthetic at any rate. But we have also expressed a lot of love for micro rotor movements too. So it's certainly
Absolutely.
one of my favorites as well.
Yeah. Evan's saying, "Who's Thomas?" I'm a nobody, Evan. I'm just some imposter that's hijacked the stream. But I'm I'm
Thomas,
just I'm just somebody who watches the streams, who's joined in with the discussion. So
no, Thomas is actually Evan. Thomas is actually the puppet master. You know, he he has been guiding many of the conversations of this channel, you know, through the chat, you know, through his interventions, and he has actually participated on the panel before, especially helping me on my birthday stream, which again I appreciate so much, Thomas.
oh yeah, it was good fun. Yeah.
But Evan, this is also the first time, again, and I'm very happy for it, that I see Thomas on the camera, and I love it. I'm loving it. Thomas is Thomas Burnett from the chat. Not to be
Oh,
confused with,
not to be confused with Honey Birdette.
and not to be confused with Thomas Broadbent either, who is another regular contributor, though exclusively from the chat. Um, but yeah, at the end of the day, we are all nobodies, so that's not, that doesn't differentiate you or set you apart in any way, Thomas. But we come together through our love for collecting watches, and also through simply our admiration of these oddball pieces, which are very heavily and nicely presented in Mark Cho's collection, that is aptly named "The Beauty in Everything." Right? You know, it's not, again, as many of us have remarked, it's not about hype pieces. It's not about what is most desirable, what is most popular, what everyone else has their in their own collection. Even when the usual suspects, the more common brands are represented, um, he seems to have always chosen the kinds of models and watches that uh, fall under the radar in large part. So I do admire that about this collection.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's got some great watches. And I mean, it's an interesting topic, isn't it? Selling your collection. I mean, would you do you amass a load of watches to sell, or
Mm.
well, not. I should rephrase that. Do you amass a load of watches over time, and what do you decide to do with them at the end of the time? Do you, unless you have people to leave them to, who may not even want to do anything with them. They may not be into watches.
Mm.
So, well, if you have amassed a huge collection of watches, um, does there come a point in time when you feel that you need to release them to other people? You know, it's that's an interesting discussion in itself. You know, it's
Yeah, I was kind of, you know, extemporizing about it yesterday when I was discussing the first part of this collection, first part of this um, auction. Um, and in my case, you know, I have more senior members of my family. I am proudly single and childless otherwise. And I actually have devised some plans to leave my watches, if I don't reproduce in the meantime, for charity, to be sold, and
beautiful.
to benefit
Beautiful.
something, you know, something that is larger than me. Um, but by and large, I don't want to imply that any collection that's larger than a few pieces somehow loses focus, or that um, it's less considerate or less thoughtful. By no means, don't take me wrong, but in my case, I really agonize about every single acquisition. I hardly ever make any impulsive watch purchases. Even when it might come across as impulsive, it's kind of after, months, if not years of consideration. If I finally have the funds for something and the right example comes along, I'll try to snap it up. But because of that, I don't ever buy a watch with the thought of selling it. Now, life can surprise you at any moment, for better or for worse. So, I don't want to talk big. You never know. I might be forced to sell my watches for whatever reason. Who knows? But yeah, I basically have my um, 9-piece luxury collection, basically.
Yeah.
5 Rolexes and four other uh, big pieces, and 4 Seikos. That's it. Oh, and I also have a Swatch System 51. So
Right.
maybe, yeah, 14 watches in total. I
Yeah.
think that's already a lot,
You
if you
got the
ask.
Breguet Type 20. You got the Reverso. You got
Yeah.
and then your Rolexes, like you say, and
And
so
I basically did you hear this? I basically left all my Rolexes in Los Angeles and came to New York, with my non Rolex watches. So which have
really
which
interesting,
includes which include this new piece, Universal Tricompacts,
beautiful.
with the early caliber. So presumably 1944, 1945, um, because it has the caliber 287 in it. I have also taken my Lemania CH27, my Reverso Grand 8, and the Breguet um, Type 20, as you mentioned. Um,
That's a gorgeous Universal. Do you need that?
yeah, I love it. I have been looking for these for a while now, and the minute I found the right deal for that jumbo stainless steel case, which is a 37, um, I jumped on it right away. But yeah, that's, again, I'm trying to. I have been branching out, but I also made the conscious decision. So let's see, if I spend the month of December without wearing Rolex at all? Will I survive? It remains to be seen.
Oh, can you? You are a Rolex man at heart, aren't you? So I mean, can you survive without the Rolex?
I don't know. You might see me in withdrawal by next week. I already miss my Submariner. I mean, I was kind of yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, I wish I had my sub with me, but it's okay. It'll pass. It'll pass. I remember when I quit eating meat at a certain point in time, for maybe around lunchtime, for the first few months, a couple of times I had this like sudden urge, oh man, I can really go. I could really go for a burger now. And then by the end of the first year of being vegetarian, I had completely forgotten about it. So that's the That's the worst and best thing about the human being. You know, we get used to just about anything. We get acclimated to uh, the most delightful pleasures and the most miserable conditions, just like that. Um, so one day you might be enjoying your luxury watch. The other day, who knows? Maybe you won't even have shelter. You never know what happens in this life. Oh, Thomas Burnett. Um, Great show. Well, I mean, are you flattering yourself, Thomas?
No, I think it was you. You started the show, my friend. You started the show, and it was a great show. And
But you were half of it, so I can't. You have to take some of the compliments. So
I
I,
just wanted to join in, and when I saw those omegas, I had to join in.
it's really wonderful to have you on board. I always love seeing you in the chat. I always love having you on the panel. Of course, don't feel obliged now since we have seen you to show yourself every time. But whenever you can, please jump on the panel.
Sure, sure.
I know it's getting quite late there, so if this is your parting message,
No, no, not at all, not at all. No,
good,
not at
good.
all.
Because I have at least another hour here, so I would love to have you here. Thank you for letting me join the discussion. The doors are always open, especially for people like Thomas Burnett. Please give a thumbs up, and thank you for watching, everyone. 449 pounds sterling. Thank you, Thomas. Yeah. Corrado says, what about if it gets cold and snowy in New York City? You'll miss some steel Rolex. Yeah, I will. I will sing, "Baby, It's Cold Outside." Mm.
Yeah, you need at least with Rolex that they're hardy watches and they can endure a lot of. They can
Mm.
endure the water and the snow and the rain and everything else.
Oh, actually, now, I mean, there was no way of avoiding this. Hi, Bruce G, by the way. I want to say hi to Bruce G and welcome him.
Bruce.
So, first of all, I would never put any of my watches, both to preserve them from impact, but also you never know who might go through your bags. And as you know, in the US, they have the right to inspect your bags at any point in time during the transport.
Right.
So whatever watches I've taken on me, which means you can't take the watches on you, only one watch on your wrist, into the security check, right? When you are passing through the whole thing where you are doing these YMCA poses. Um, which means the rest of the watches actually had to go through what do you call that machine again?
X-ray.
That's right. So I'm thinking that probably all my watches are magnetized now.
Oh no.
Horrible condition. I'm thinking, for next time, uh, maybe we can ask around. Does anyone have some solutions for traveling with one's watch collection? Because again, putting them in the checked-in baggage is most certainly not an option.
No.
When you go through the security with them, if you have more than one watch, it's not like you can wear them on you, because they will either get suspicious from a security perspective or from a
Right.
custom perspective. Um, and what do you do to protect those watches when they go through the X-ray machine? Because, of course, I've been just being self-indulgent and indulgent in general in traveling with multiple watches, right? The smart man's suggestion would be just wear that one watch on your wrist.
Yeah.
and stop being stupid. But there must be a way of protecting those pieces, and maybe X-ray doesn't affect them like Corrado says. But I'm a dumb person, I don't understand these complicated technology things. So I was just wondering, whether it's something that affects the watches, that magnetizes the movements, possibly. Um, Hopefully not.
Yeah, you can buy demagnetizers, can't you? You can buy little, quite cheap, I think, for about $30 or so, 30 to $50. Little demagnetizers that you run your watch under.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, 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 yeah. Bill Sanders has one. I think he was
yeah,
talking.
I was just gonna say I saw Bill Sanders. That's where I got it from. Yeah, I saw Bill Sanders show
Nice.
one on his stream, and um,
And
yeah,
yeah, by the way, I just sent him an email and he responded almost immediately. He's very obliging and has always been incredibly nice to me for whatever reason. Again, I love the guy, but he has no reason to love me. Um, I'm gonna see him. I'm gonna see him hopefully next week, but if not next week, maybe the week after if I can, because next week is a little busy. Um, and the day he suggested was Thursday, and I actually do have a prior engagement on Thursday. So hopefully next week I can see him, or
that'd be
maybe
good. Yeah.
we'll see. But in
He's
either
just
case, I look
he's
forward. It's
he's
back.
such he's such a great guy, as Bill, isn't he? He's such a lovely person.
Yeah, he's really excited about the lyric these days, of course, and
Oh yeah,
rightly proud. He has just gotten an ABP concept strap for it, and apparently expecting another strap. Again, reflecting that burgundy um, color scheme as well.
yeah,
That is the hands,
yeah.
pouch, and everything else. So yeah, great work for that team. By the way, I wanna show off again what Bill shows on his page. Let me see.
Yeah, I've got a lot of respect for the team. They've got that project together, the Lyrique project, Etude number one. Such a beautiful watch. And I think it comes with red hands, and they also get a set of blue hands as for if they ever need to service it, and it has the hands problems with hands. But it's a lovely little watch.
Yeah.
Observatory hands, or pontiff hands, as they're sometimes referred to.
That's very ironic. Um, the so you said they also have a set of heat blued hands as well.
Yeah, I believe they got given a second set of heat blued hand. I don't know whether they're heat blued, but I know that they're
They're blue.
blue.
Okay,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah. It's a gorgeous watch,
It
and
really
the
is.
just the movement. I mean, to build a watch for around the $9,000 mark, which would retail for about $20,000. But they've got a cost price,
Yeah.
so it's brilliant. And then to enter it into the GPHG competition, to get it selected, was just amazing.
I
Just
I I know they were. I mean, again, they're rightly proud about the watch. I know they were expecting to be officially nominated, if not even win the prize. Too bad that didn't happen, but I think the
yeah,
fact that it got involved in the competition in some way, in the GPHG, in the Petite Aiguille category, which is reserved for watches that retail between 3,500 to 10,000 roughly in
yeah,
in Swiss francs. Um, I think that generated a lot of publicity that created a buzz around the watch and around the brand, and I know they're going to follow it up with other collaborations with the collective. I know they want something similar with perhaps like a guilloche dial. I know they have something lined up for kind of like a Zulu time or a GMT watch. So yeah, I think there's a lot of great things to come from the lyric collective and their.
Definitely, definitely.
Um, Let me post the interview that I did with Bill Sanders of the Watch Art Side channel.
I saw that. That was a really good interview. That was lovely. Yeah, it was lovely to hear you.
Yeah, if
Get,
I if I, if
get,
I may say so myself, Thomas, I do a pretty good job interviewing people on this channel, don't I?
yeah, you do. I mean, it was really good to get see the interaction between Bill, and he was very enthusiastic to tell you more about the watch, and yeah, it was really nice little interview, that one. It was a really good one. People should watch that if they haven't done yet. It was uh it was really good.
No, joking aside, I mean, I remember listening to one of Bill's lives after that interview, and he said, like, a lot of people who interviewed me about the watch had really stupid questions, he says. And that guy, he says, that guy from from the Watches and Style channel, he actually asked some great questions, and I'm like, I was so flattered, that, and
Oh.
I love the fact. Of course, I even loved it better because he was talking shit about everyone else.
He's a lovely bloke, Bill. He's so nice.
I mean, one of the reasons I like, there are two reasons I like, well, three reasons that I like the German language. Goethe, Franz Kafka, and the word Schadenfreude. So I take more pleasure in seeing others in pain than myself in joy. So, um, it's it was a wonderful occasion, and I hope, whether we do something else out of it, another live stream or another interview or conversation, I look forward to seeing Bill in New Haven. And he obliged me, because he said he doesn't know much about New Haven except for the Union Station,
Yeah,
but he can come and meet me wherever I like. So
right.
either we go to a diner, or
Sure, yeah.
maybe I don't know. I don't know if I never pegged Bill for a drinking guy, so I'm not sure if he would like to grab a drink, but we can grab a slice of pizza perhaps. I would be
I'm I'm
eating
sure
dough.
I'm sure he likes to drink when he goes to Watch Time New York. I've heard that he likes a little drink there. So
Yeah, again, I don't want to get him in trouble with Mrs. Sanders.
no.
I don't want him to be hit with the frying pan as he.
No.
No, I mean, the thing is, a lot of people I know, and people, I'm not as professorial as Bill Sanders, who is an actual professor. Um, but I know some people are turned off by that, but they're really missing out when it comes to the Watch Art Side channel, because as serious as he is, as passionate as he is about the knowledge of everything that goes into watchmaking, he also has this kind of uh, sneaky and ingenious sense of humor that you can read between the lines. And I think people are really missing out if they tune out, just because they hear like 2 3 minutes of a very organized lecture. And God forbid, of course, Thomas, that people know how to string sentences together in the watch YouTube space, right? It's
Yeah.
we can't have that.
Yeah, he's a very open person, isn't he? And he's very open to suggestions, and he's very amicable person to in his live streams. His live streams are very open to suggestions, and he'll he's very open minded, and um, he's willing to listen to people and listen to their opinions, and he hasn't got any blinkers on. He's a great character.
And I
Yeah.
like also I like the banter that goes between him and Clyde in during the live streams too,
Yeah,
because
yeah. They
Rancher
tra-
ends up saying,
they they chat to each other a lot. I think they chat to each other quite a lot. I think. Yeah.
yeah, Rancher says something in the chat, and sometimes he laughs, sometimes he eggs him on, sometimes he shuts him down, and it's like it's a whole subplot that I love watching in every live stream.
Yeah.
As much as I'm interested in the topics, I'm also looking forward to see how Bill Sanders is going to react to something outrageous that Rancher says in the chat. Or is he gonna laugh at this joke, or is he gonna try to pass over it in silence? It's a whole intrigue, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's a lovely person. Yeah. But this Lyrique watch, I mean, I know a couple of people who've bought one and who are part of the group, and they're really looking forward to getting one,
Hmm.
receiving it when it's finally produced. And I know they're coming in batches. I know that Bill has received one already. Or maybe two. I think he was expecting two, but he's definitely received one.
Yeah,
And
this is literally the number one,
yeah,
as you can see from this certification, 101 of 70 pieces. And
yeah,
it was certified chronometer by the Horological Society of New York, which has very stringent tests. And remember, again, a lot of these sorts of tests are executed on calibers only. This was already a cased watch that was subjected to a chronometric trial that's in so many ways much more stringent than most. You can certainly take a look at the certificates on Bill's Instagram and see it for yourself.
that's really good, isn't it? I mean, to get certification from the New York, is it New York
Yes.
Horological Institute?
Yeah, Horological Society of New York is the official
Horological
name,
Society, right?
but you get the idea. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, just shows it's a watch worthy of the money, definitely.
Oh yeah, look, the mean daily rate, 0.1 second.
I
Mean
mean,
days.
you've got an Agenor movement. You've got a case by Rutland and Kalen. You got a dial by. I'm trying to remember who the dial maker was. It was
Metallum.
right. That was it, Metalan. Yeah. So you've got all these top top end,
Fiedler,
high end,
Fiedler, Hans,
high
Fiedler,
end, high end people contributing to the watch, and
Hans, Hans by Fiedler, which is also again one of the.
yeah, so it really is a an exceptionally unique piece, you know, that's been put together by a, a, a lot of wise people, wise collectors who are very, very enthusiastic about the hobby and
And
what they're doing.
by the way, the designer is also an established. I mean, he doesn't only design watches, but he's a watch designer as well, by the name Mathieu uh, Allegre.
Yeah,
Um, so again, every detail was thought out very carefully about this watch. I think Bill did a great job in kind of supervising the process, because I think if that's the danger with a project that includes dozens of people. You know, it's because if you want to go about it a wholly democratic way, God knows in which, how many different directions it can go. Someone had to serve as kind of the brains of the operation, and I think Bill did that really ably. Um,
yeah. So, young Brando, have you got a new watch in your sights? Have you got something that you'd like to purchase in the future?
I don't know. I don't. I mean, this is just a very new addition. So for now, I don't. Since I added the Lemania basically right before as well, just in the
Yeah,
last few months, I think I'm gonna hold off for a little bit.
sure.
Uh, even if a good deal comes up on some of the watches that I've been pursuing, and I can name names in a little bit, but I think for maybe first half of 2023, I'm probably gonna hold off. Maybe for the summer. For the summer, I might get a dress watch,
Oh,
which
nice. Very nice.
usually it's a good time to, when everyone else is going for sports watches.
Yeah.
That's usually a good time to try to pick up a dress watch on the cheap. I might do that. There are a few watches that I've always wanted, but in a way, Um, I don't want to expand the collection at this point just for the sake of expanding. I really want to go for pieces that step outside of the box for me. And
Sure.
that's kind of, as much as I was joking, I'm also quite serious. I did
Yeah,
make the conscious effort to come spend a month basically here without any Rolex, right? So I do want to broaden my horizons.
sure.
I don't know. Maybe it will be an independent. Maybe it will be something entirely predictable again. Uh, Probably it will be a Lange if I can afford it.
Oh,
Uh,
gorgeous. Beautiful.
so, we see there are a few ways this can go. I think it depends really on how my work turns out in 2023 and how this channel grows, honestly, because ultimately, I do go my own way, but in a way, this channel is also allowing me to have some, just a little bit of an extra income. So depending on how it grows, and it has already grown quite fast in ways that I didn't necessarily expect. Um, Maybe I can do something different, but I'm not getting ahead of myself. I think I have uh, I have a good 2 more years of work to put into this channel for it to get to where I want it. So I'm taking things one step at a time. I
Yeah.
have I have a very nice collection that I can produce a lot of content out of, and I'm just getting started. and I have a few videos in the back burner that I had to that I had scripted, that I had written out, but did not have time to record while I was moving in Los Angeles. So I have a lot of things in the back burner. So I'm hoping, 2023 is going to be a very good year for the channel. And depending on that, there can be a couple of different things. The most predictable thing would be I would go for a Tudor Black Bay 58 bronze. I think that might
Nice.
that might
I've always really liked the Tudor Black Bay 50, not the 58 bronze, but just the Black Bay bronze in general.
right because the first one was the Heritage, which is the 43 millimeter.
43 mil, yeah.
Um, I was also thinking, because Rolex does this. I don't know if Tudor does this, but Tudor is in fact more flexible when it comes to these things. I was thinking, if I do get it, I will get the case back engraved, ideally in the manufacturer, like Hellespont LLC. Kind of to go with the channel, with the
Right.
success of the channel, somehow marking the generosity of people who have contributed their time and resources and their attention and care into the channel.
Nice idea.
This would be the most predictable one because I'm a huge fan of diver watches. I've always been. I love the 369 slash
Yeah,
extender dial
dial. Yeah, gorgeous,
light
isn't
that
it?
this watch has. I love the unique case material. Again, by now, a bronze diver is not really, path breaking or anything, but it's still unique enough. It's still different enough. I like it. I like it. I like a lot of things about this watch, and it wears really well. I had a chance to try it out in the Tudor boutique in I was gonna say South Coast Plaza, but no, the Century City Mall in Los Angeles, and it wears really beautifully. The size is kind of perfect for my wrist. Let me see where I have this. All right. Yeah, and I love this canvas strap too, by the way.
Right, yeah, that's the canvas NATO strap that it comes on. I really like the 43, and one thing I liked about it was the Horween leather strap that it came on.
Oh yeah, that's a nice
Really,
strap.
really like that strap. It was gorgeous.
That is a nice strap. Yeah, I love actually the Type 20 on this gray NATO. I know it's usually classy with like a leather strap and everything, but
Gives it a military look, like it should do. I think that.
right.
Yeah, it's a military watch, so it gives it that military vibe. I think.
Yeah, that's the same NATO I wear my sub on, and one day I thought, well, when you look at the face of the watch, I know they have different complications and expressions, but the aesthetic is very similar to the sub, right? At the end of the day, you have a black dial that's relatively uninterrupted, no openings, no date windows or anything. And I said, well, why don't I try the sub, the NATO strap I use for the sub on this one. And it's a 20 millimeter, of course, the strap, and this is 21 millimeter, as you can see here. But ever since James Bond, ill-fitting NATO straps on two watches is a style of it, in its own right. So I guess, yeah, to whatever we can do something like that.
I find NATO straps so comfortable myself that they mold themselves to your wrist, don't they? And they're just really comfortable straps, I find.
Yeah, and again, I don't necessarily condone the way some brands sell NATO straps for hundreds of dollars sometimes, but a higher quality NATO strap that's softer and more supple on the arrival
Yeah,
wears really well. Um, Otherwise, it takes a little while to break in, like you said. But when you do break them in, NATO straps wear really well. And if it fits the watch's aesthetic, and I think it doesn't fit every watch, it's really nice. It is really nice.
yeah, definitely. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, I would love a bronze Black Bay 58. I would love a Lange one in white metal.
Oh, wouldn't we all? Yeah.
If I could afford, a platinum with a moon face, hey, why not?
Oh, wow.
Why
Yeah.
not cherry on top?
I'd
Um,
love to get a watch with a moon phase. I've been getting into the moon phase complication myself recently.
I love it. I mean,
Yeah.
I thought it was so unnecessary, but it's also because
S-
of that, it's so romantic. Like
Same here. Yeah.
and I like the fact that on this one, it's at 12 o'clock, right? So it's kind of like the centerpiece of the watch, you know. And the reason I chose this strap for it is also because it kind of mimics the faded moon phase disc of um, of the watch itself as
Beautiful. Yeah, I
well.
was. I used to think they're a bit unnecessary and didn't like them as much, but I've really fallen for moon phases because they are the natural sort of they're the natural way of telling time by the sun and moon, day and
Right.
night, and it's a natural way of telling time to start off with. It would go back to centuries and decade, millennia. It's the way that time is told by the sun. It's,
Absolutely. Yeah, it's I don't know. I kind of like it. I kind of like it. The idea of just the moon phase is great. But the fact that this watch kind of has everything but the kitchen sink, the triple dates and the moon phase and the chronograph, it really makes me really happy. For a little bit, I put it on the. I got this beads of rice bracelet from Forstner because they were having their Black Friday sale as well.
right. Okay.
And for a little bit, I put it um, on the watch. Well, rather the watch on the bracelet, and
Yeah.
it looks amazing. But I was advised by an elder who said, "Look, young man." That modern beads of rice bracelet has a higher grade steel than your watch, and you have a beautiful case there. And trust me, it will wear out your lugs in time because of the friction, because of the minimal, like, um, twist and turn that end link has. And he's right. So I said, okay, to hell with it. I will, if I ever find um, JB Champion um, vintage stainless steel beads of rice bracelet, I will pounce on it. But those really sell for unconscionable amounts of money usually.
Really. Really.
But yeah, let me see if I have have the modern piece here because it's actually a very beautiful and quality made piece, aesthetically very pleasing, but um, again, perhaps not something you want to put on a vintage watch necessarily. Um, but it kind of has the aesthetic that we were just admiring on the Longines chronometer and the Lange one with the white gold version of it, right? It's this beautiful piece there.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's really nice. Yeah, I've got a bead of rice on one of my Omegas, and it's so comfortable.
Yeah.
I find beads of rice really really comfortable.
And I find it aesthetically really pleasing too.
Yeah,
I've seen
yeah.
this picture of John Goldberger, Aro Montanari, with Laurent Ferrier watch that he put on a classic beads of rice bracelet. Let me see if I can find that picture again. And it looked amazing. Uh, yeah, there we go. Mm, uh, yeah, this is another guy I really like. Um, is actually I was able to talk to him a little bit on Instagram, and he was also very kind. This is it. It's not a great picture.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
It's basically on a fitted end link Gefrer 5 row beads of rice in this case.
What size wearing? Is it an Omega?
No, this is Laurent Ferrier sector.
Oh, long fur. Yeah. Wow. Wow. That's class. Yeah, I looked at some Laurent Ferriers at the Watch Pro Salon in London last month, and looked at their new range. And one of my favorites is the Traveler that they do, the GMT watch.
I know we have a little disagreement about that watch with you, remember? But I know the story. It is a beautiful watch. Look, I mean, Laurent Ferrier makes some gorgeous watches. I think anything um, except perhaps the Chronosport, I think they call it. Except that watch, I basically love everything on their catalog. Um, the square shape, the round shape, the traveler watch, aesthetically, everything is so pleasing. I just find it a little confusing to read. Let's pull it up so people actually know what we are talking about. Um, yeah, this is the one I don't like actually, but
Yeah, the Galley Square with the Art Deco numerals I really love as well.
oh yeah. I didn't even realize that this one had a purple dial. I thought it was.
Oh no, they brought out a brown dial this year, but I've never seen the purple dial.
Yeah, let's look at the brown one in pink gold. Do you see this one?
Yeah, I mean, I just fell in love with it straight away. I mean, wow, wow. But you said that it was a bit confusing with having the
Yeah.
home time on the 9 o'clock and the date at 3 o'clock. It
Mhm.
gets a bit confusing for someone who doesn't know the readouts. Um,
There are a few things that I really like. about it. Let me just quickly go through them. Uh, you'll probably know that the Patek World Time was designed uh, by Louis uh, Cotier. Um, and Louis Cotier was also the person who executed for Patek Philippe the complication that they use even today, that you call travel time, right? You know, where you have these two pushers on the case band,
Yeah, yeah,
on the left case band, that help you jump hours back and forth.
yeah,
And the pushers are actually in on this watch designed basically exactly the same way as the original Patek travel time, which is Calatrava 2597, if I'm not mistaken. Um, so I think that's a wonderful detail, considering also the decades that Laurent Ferrier spent at Patek Philippe. Um, so I like the fact that he uh, takes a little bit of that aesthetic into his own brand. I love the kind of stepped dial that has the minute track at a different dimension. I actually love the kind of asymmetric opening, the trapezoid opening for the dates at 3 o'clock. Even though I'm not a fan of dates to begin with, um, but anyway, um, and I don't know. I kind of like the way that Parmigiani Fleurier did, for example, um, the their rattrapante, with the extra hand in a different metal. Um, I like that, and that's not entirely original either. But I would prefer something like that. Here you have the dates expressed digitally in Arabic numbers, Arabic numerals at 3 o'clock, and you have the local time expressed in Arabic numerals with an enlarged aperture, enlarged opening at 9 o'clock, which is, of course, one way to distinguish them. But um, at a quick glance, it's just, to me, it's a disturbing aesthetic. But the color scheme, the design elements, otherwise, I really love, and I actually love those um, pushers with that little, um, what do you call it? Um, uh, the little cuts uh, within them, that
yeah, yeah,
makes grabbing them a little easier. I mean, it's a very thoughtful and very beautiful piece. Don't take me wrong. I just thought it could have been better executed.
yeah. I mean, I know what you say about the cutout on the date aperture. It's sort of angled, and one of my favorite watches is the Breguet 5177, and it's that's one thing I hate about it is it's got a date
Mm,
aperture on it, and I'm not a fan of dates on Breguet Classiques at all.
mm.
Um, it's just shouldn't be there. Um, really puts me off the watch. It's got a gorgeous blue Grand Faux enamel dial, and but it's got this little date aperture, uh, which shouldn't be there. Yeah,
Yeah, there's a lot I like about, by and large, there's a lot I like about Laurent Ferrier, the way they use grade 5 titanium for a lot of their cases,
yeah,
their particular take on the cushion or square shaped watch, that to me is, again, very much um, the retro classic Rolex Oyster or early Panerai kind of feel, just expressed in a.
Now we're talking. These Art Deco numerals. Oh, I love them. I tried on this watch, and it just it's stunning, absolutely stunning.
Mm,
Yeah, the
yeah,
micro rotor in the back as well, like you said, like you see. I mean, the Traveler uses the same micro rotor movement, and
and the
it,
snailing on
yeah,
that particular decoration. Um, it's it's quite gorgeous. I mean, look, uh, there is also a kind of simple, beautiful appeal to their hand wound movement too. That's much more no nonsense, bare bones aesthetic. But even the architecture of that is quite appealing. But um, this is a little nicer. The free sprung balance wheel, the micro rotor with that snailing as decoration on it. Um, it's a beautiful piece, and I know on the secondary market, actually, compared to what they list for here, they have some appealing prices. But again, I mean, it's a very different segment when it comes to the pricing.
yeah,
Even the stainless steel version, it's already creeping up to 50,000 with the taxes, right? But
right, yeah,
on the secondary market, they can be gotten for much cheaper, but that's still a lot of money.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But you're talking this is your kind of sort of one watch
Mm.
deal, isn't it? It's your one watch person would buy a
Hmm.
Laurent Ferrier and just wear that as their only watch. I think.
I mean that not yeah. Now we're talking, as you said earlier. That could be one thing. I mean, look, there is. I mean, again, it's too painful to think, but I think I can do without uh, a lot of what my watches, except for my Submariner, which has a different kind of value for me.
Yeah,
Um,
well, you inherited that. I mean, that's a different story altogether. I mean,
yeah, but I mean, in that kind of condition, yeah, I can kind of see, if I can, in an alternate universe, at least imagine a scenario where I sell everything else when the market is good for me and get like a Laurent Ferrier or like a Lange Datograph or something like that, and call it a day. As Meach talks about this as his career, and talks about hanging up the gloves and everything. So, I can think of something like that. That I ride into the sunset with uh, Submariner plus one watch. But yeah, it's quite a different segment. I mean, I don't even know, um, when it comes to when it comes to these pieces. But the movement itself is beautiful. Again, natural escapement, micro rotor. I love the case design, which again reminds me like a more elegant and contemporary take on the classic early waterproof oyster.
yeah, gorgeous.
Hmm. They have their annual calendar, their travel time watch, simple time only pieces. Yeah,
And they're a bit under the radar, really, aren't they? I mean, a lot of people, a lot of big collectors recognize them, but a lot of people don't really take much notice of Laurent Ferrier. Um,
I mean, again, there's a very simple reason for that, the price segment, namely. But
yeah,
yes, it's I think again for the kind of watches they have been making, and they have been around for some time now. They're not
yeah,
um, they're not 20, 30 years old, but I think they have been around for a little more than 10, maybe. Let's see when they first came about. 2009. So, you know,
right.
13 years. Official launch 2010, it says. Yeah, 13, 12, 13 years. Um, and yeah, I mean, it's now again, getting some attention thanks to its sports model. Basically, everyone goes crazy about just about any integrated bracelet watch in this day and age, as you know. Um, but I guess it didn't. They shouldn't have have to wait for that. Um, if you ask me, I think the brand has so many interesting pieces in the catalog that.
Yeah, the one thing that gets me about this integrated bracelet watch is the bezel. The bezel looks a bit awkward. It looks a bit too square
Mm.
for the rounded case. It's a bit too. I don't know. The bezel just looks a bit out of place. The shape of it, I mean, the shape of it looks a bit too squared for the. Um, but then again, that's just me. When I saw it a couple of months ago, it just looks a bit too squared. But it was a stunning watch. I saw the gold one, and it was mind blowing. It
And
was
again, I like the fact that they have a different micro rotor, different decoration,
yeah,
extra cutouts. That they add some little details that make it more of an artisanal, high horological piece. I do appreciate that. They don't just sit back and expect you to pay 50, $60,000 for just about anything. So there's something to be said about that, and I like the variety of finishes that they have on the bracelet for a titanium watch. That's really impressive. Um, that's what really took me back on the titanium limited edition of the Odysseus by Alain Gonzona as well, um, because we are used to seeing this sort of severe dark gray tones of titanium in a lot of sports watches, a lot of titanium watches, a lot of watches that um, a lot of tool watches, I meant to say, a lot of titanium watches that lean on its lightness. But there's something to be said about a lot of these high horological brands like Laurent Ferrier, like Alain Gonzone, like um, Parmigiani Fleurier, that use high grade titanium
yeah,
in these wonderful. and at times contrasting finishes that really present it as a luxury material. So I do appreciate a lot of things that Laurent Ferrier does. They don't have to get everything right for me, you know. So it's by all means, it's still a great brand.
What did you think to the new Audemars Piguet Star Wheel? Did you like that? Are you a fan of Wandering Hours?
I'm a huge fan of that complication. I'm a huge fan of the Star Wheel slash Wandering Hours. No one. I mean, look, I'm gonna be as harsh as possible. You can't
Yeah.
polish a turd. Code 1159 is a dog's breakfast of a design. To me, especially in pink gold versions, it looks like a Michael Kors watch than an Audemars Piguet watch. Um, on the one hand, they claim to have produced something that's not a royal oak. On the other hand, they have used uh, the octagon as the centerpiece of the design. Um, the hollowed out lugs is, you know, it's not a unique idea. That's de Béthune. The the con the concave crystal, that's Grebel Forcé. So they did a mishmash of things and supposedly came up with something new. um, Complication is complication. We know Audemars Piguet can do great complications. I mean, the ultra thin perpetual calendars in Royal Oaks were always a delight. The tourbillon Royal Oaks they have produced for years were incredible, with that kind of cobblestone tapestry emanating from the tourbillon cage. They have come up with so many interesting things just using that iconic shape as a canvas. Um, they cannot possibly sell me this watch just by introducing another complication. I love the Star Wheel. I think it.
Yeah, I thought they originally came out with the Star Wheel in 1991, didn't they? Bringing the Wandering Hours mechanism to watches, and
In many ways, Thomas, that if it weren't for the Audemars Piguet Star Wheel, probably we wouldn't have Uhrwerk
work, yeah, and the
or
Gorilla and
or
copied it, and then
Max
well,
Büsser, or we wouldn't have them in the same way today. So
yeah,
a lot of that sort of different expressions of time in this kind of steampunk take on high horology are very much inspired by the Star Wheel design. So I love the complication. I love the expression of time that it represents. Not too hot on the code 1159 still.
yeah. I mean, it didn't need a second hand, really, did it?
Mm-mm.
I mean, Moser brought out their own Wandering Hours mechanism, didn't they? And that
Mhm.
was really nice. That was a beautiful one.
So yeah, if I were to spend that much money on an AP Wandering Hours watch, I would look into something like this.
The vintage Star Wheel, yeah.
Yeah, there are a lot of great deals to be had. I mean, um, look at this one, for example, in yellow gold, in that stepped case, the beautiful barley corn guilloche crescent there for the lower
Yeah,
half or two-thirds
gorgeous.
of the dial perimeter. Um, I find it to be a very beautiful, but also in a way also restrained, kind of revolutionary, but also still quite um, classical. Uh, the original Star Wheel, I think, is a very balanced, very unique watch that still represents a decent deal, even though they used to be even cheaper because no one wanted them uh,
Yeah,
five
true.
years ago. But even now, I would rather go with something like this than the new Code 1159 Wandering Hours.
I just thought it might be a bit of a savior for the Code 1159 range. It might sort of pique some more interest into the Code 1159.
Um, I mean, maybe. Look at, I mean, look at this beautiful one, pink gold,
Yeah,
gorgeous
gorgeous.
floral design on that crescent.
Yeah, that's really nice.
I mean, look how crisp and clean this watch is. And I actually like this round case shape that AP also used for a lot of their perpetual calendars. Um, from 50, 54. I want to say no, not 54. Um, Let me see. I sometimes forget these reference numbers. Um,
Oh, Corrado says he saw Star Wheel yesterday.
mm,
What did you think of it, Corrado? Did you like it? Did it grab you, or were you a bit sort of meh?
well, is it the new one, or did you see a classic version of it that we were just showing right now? Um,
I saw the old one.
yeah, I like that complication. It's not necessarily what I would go for by instinct or as a matter of preference, but
Very
but
novel. I like mechanisms like this. I like off the wall mechanisms, sort of wandering hours and things like that. They're really my street. Works and watches like that, and I'm really taken by them.
all right, guys, the last 10, 12 minutes for me, because Thomas has a lot of energy. He's not going to bed anytime soon, but I might.
Ah, I'm gonna go to bed soon, and yeah, when we're finished.
Um, so if you have any questions, any requests, feel free to type them into the chat. If you send it in with a super chat, that will be much appreciated. But in either case, I appreciate your support and presence. Please hit the like button when you can. If you haven't already, follow me on Instagram if you like. That would be much appreciated as well. In either case, um, yeah, subscribe if you haven't. I know people don't believe that you can stumble upon a live stream, but I have been contacted by a couple of people on Instagram um, later lately on my DMs, and people had some nice things to say, and they have completely found me by chance, either from the hashtags that I post um, on Twitter or on YouTube. So I'm very happy with how this channel is progressing. Um, it's it's been really beautiful.
We've got a super chat from Corrado.
Nice. Corrado says 4.99. Thank you so much. Thank you for the show. Just emailed you the Royal Oak. So let's bring it up. I will download it from the email, and then oh, it's a little video you made as well. That's great. Let's check it out. It's sealed, the tourbillon, and those are beautiful. Thomas, you will see it's the tourbillon cage itself is very unique. I think you see what I mean,
Right, nice. Let's have a look.
because it's also an octagon, right?
Ah, right. Wow. Nice.
Yeah.
Quite big for the dial, isn't it? The tourbillon.
Yes. Yes, and they have gone for a very interesting layout on this one. Um, Again, they have done a lot of interesting versions. A lot of times the time, the classic executions with uh, again at 6 o'clock, again very large, but with kind of the dial um, pattern emerging or emanating from the tourbillon cage. Um, yeah, very, very beautiful things they have done over the years with um, with the Royal Oak design. JB, thank you so much, man. 4.99. Congrats. Stunning. Um, Corrado says the boutique was the last APAD prior to them going to boutique only. That's very interesting. Thank you, JB. I'm not sure if Corrado bought this watch. That would be really an amazing thing. I hope he did, but I think he just saw it at this watch event that he was talking about. But if he did buy a Corrado,
Congratulations if you did, Corrado. Wow, you got
wear it
one
in
heck
good.
of a watch there.
I was gonna show you what I meant with some of those tourbillons that I was talking about. Um, when St. Peter was here a few days ago, we were we were marveling about that particular design element. And as you know, they just had a whole competition with people designing their own Royal Oaks. Uh,
Oh, right, right.
and he wanted to submit his own thing, but I think he didn't get around to it. But one of them was going to be um, a tourbillon like this
Right.
with the tapisserie also kind of
Fanned out.
spilling,
Yeah.
spilling over onto the bezel as well. That was the design idea that St. Peter had in mind. But these I like because uh, not only does it remind me of a cobblestone street, but it kind of has all these different gradations of the tapisserie, from petite to cont opening out, kind of from early versions to the contemporary. So I like that too. And it really brings the focus onto the tourbillon, which is, of course, the main attraction of a timepiece like this.
Yeah, it reminds me. Just looks like a fan to me. Like a.
Mm.
It's
Or maybe like the peacock,
Yeah, like peacock's plume. Yeah.
like opening up. And it kind of makes sense because tourbillon on a wristwatch is really an aesthetic complication again. It's I
Yeah,
mean
sure.
it's really a way of regulating time. So it's not even a complication by definition,
Yeah.
uh, but it is aesthetically very captivating. So maybe, like you said, peacock fanning out its plumes would be also a nice way of looking at it. Corrado says no, it was in the boutique owner's personal collection. Nice.
Right.
That's good for the boutique owner then.
Yeah.
That's a nice watch to have in
Nice.
one's.
At least it's nice to take a look at. Well,
Absolutely.
yeah, you're lucky to get a look at that. Yeah,
Absolutely.
gorgeous.
Yeah, I know they have done these in a number of different executions, and that green is actually
That's
much deeper than.
I really like that green. It looks good. Oh, is that the same green? Wow, it
Yeah,
is,
the
isn't it?
stock photo is actually very unappealing compared to even these.
That's a lot deeper. Wow, yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful piece.
Yeah, it's a lot deeper, the green there. Still very beautiful, but I preferred it as a lighter green, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I like the brilliance of it, the brighter green.
I mean, I'm sure in certain shades of light, it's it's still quite brilliant, but um, yeah, this
Yeah,
one this one is quite nice too. In blue, they have made it in purple, in blue, in green. Over time, they have come up with a few iterations of it. Let me see if I can pull that up before we close. Yeah, again, it's the same, more or less the same deal. The earlier one was, of course, flying tourbillon, whereas you can see the bridge on this one, um, with, of course, also a Florentine finish on what are otherwise satin brushed surfaces on a Royal Oak. White
yeah.
gold, extra thin. Yeah, these are really beautiful pieces. Of course, I mean, really ridiculous prices, but um, as an object to contemplate from.
Wow, look at that price. Oh my days. Oh,
And it's again, no, you don't go to the Louvre and expect to walk out with the Mona Lisa. So it's
no.
it's okay. We don't have to pay attention to the price tag. We can enjoy the watch for what it is.
Good
Uh,
analogy. Yeah.
the Again, the Flying Tourbillon was, of course, a much thicker watch. Unfortunately, they haven't supplied many different photographs with this one, but this is an extra thin version, with the benefit of the bridge, of course. But yes, 250,000 is a nice guess. Probably 250 to 350, depending on what kind of tourbillon, what kind of
Ooh.
finish on the case. These are very, very expensive. Um, And the one that Corrado showed, we can go back to that. One of the 25 made for the 25th anniversary of the Royal Oak, of course, 1997. And
Whew.
that's that must be. I want to say, actually, that one is probably a little more expensive, possibly. Um, yeah, the one, again, going back to what Corrado showed. Um, I don't remember the reference number, so I can't immediately dig up a number for it. let me see if I quickly look on oh, 24. Yeah, there's a version of it in uh, in pink gold that I'm not even gonna mention. It's more like 500,000. Let's put it this way.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. A lot of money.
Um, the
Yeah.
that 25th anniversary edition is a
Yeah.
little more salty. And here is the pink gold edition that I found on. Um,
Billionaires' money.
yes, yeah, it's a very nice piece. I have to admit. I mean, I do kind of prefer that, uh, you know, gradated tapisserie design emanating from the tourbillon cage, but this is also a very interesting execution. I like the octagonal cage for the tourbillon. I think that's really really lovely, really a great design idea.
Is that a calendar and a power reserve? Is that a date and a power
Yes,
reserve?
sir. Yes, so it has like a smaller or miniaturized dial for hours and minutes, dates at 3 o'clock, or
Yeah.
where you would have 3 o'clock traditionally, and a power reserve, like you said,
Yeah.
Thomas, at 9 o'clock.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
With the
gorgeous.
price tag to match.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, all right, I think we have come to the end of the proceedings tonight. Thomas, it's been a pleasure to have you on the panel
Yeah.
again.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. Great chat. Yeah.
Wonderful. I'm so glad that I could coax you into coming back, because I was thinking, okay, it was really nice and you hung out with me for hours on my birthday, um, but I'm glad you came back, and I'm glad you have your whole setup, and it's wonderful to see you, truly. And thank you so much for all your contribution today, helping me going through some of the pieces of
Yeah,
the
it's good
beauty,
fun. Great fun.
of the beauty.
Don't forget to give me a thumbs up, everyone. A
Thank
like, and if you aren't subscribed yet, subscribe and follow on Instagram and all that good stuff. And yeah, do your bit.
thank you so much, and thank you everyone again contributing from the chat. Corrado, Eric L, Junior Johnson, Forbin Colossus, Orange Hand, Night Diver, everyone, Evan, Bezos, also for the super sticker. Nick was in the chat at some point, so thank you. Junior, thank you for the super chat. Alex P, hey man, even the porn spam bots, thank you for bringing some attention into the channel. Uh, Thomas Broadbent, Thomas Burnett for his super chat as well. Corrado and JB too. Everyone, thank you so much for your presence and support. Hit the like button on your way out. In either case, I'll see you tomorrow at around the same time again for a nice little bit of a marathon. Um, I think 4 hours has become my standard. So for everyone else, that's a lot, but for me, it's just a little bit of warm up. Uh,
Yeah.
we'll be back tomorrow at the same time, and hopefully with some interesting little uh, videos for you from my boutique visits earlier today. So lovely to see you all. Thank you again, Thomas, for
Take care, everyone.
today, and thank you everyone for your contributions in the chat. Take care.